California Fish and Game Commission Marine Resources Committee. Callers have been placed on mute, and when it's time for members of the public to speak, they will receive instructions on how to indicate they would like to speak on an agenda item. Speakers will be unmuted individually. Susan, would you like to take for this?
I think, Melissa, do you have them? Okay, then I would be happy to go over the technical note.
Make sure to use your outgoing voice. There's a microphone. Pull it out.
If you are participating in the Zoom.
Mute yourself, please, Josh Russo.
If you are participating in the Zoom webinar and calling by phone, please make sure that your phone number and your Zoom webinar are linked. You log into Zoom first and you use the call me option, the linkage happens automatically. Please note that if you are joining by phone only and you wish to speak on an agenda item, staff will be calling on you using the last 3 digits of your phone number. If you have technical difficulties with the meeting, please contact the Commission by email at fgc.ca.gov, or if needed, you can call 916-902-9286. Zoom's chat feature is disabled for this meeting.
Perfect. Thank you, Susan. I would like to make introductions. First, introduce my co-chair, Commissioner Murray. And Susan, do you have any other introductions, please?
Sure, I'm happy to do that. Today, I will introduce the Commission and Department leadership staff participating today. For the Commission, Executive Director Melissa Miller-Henson. Our analyst is Cynthia McKee. We have our Sea Grant State Fellow, Kimberly Rogers, who has been with us for a year, and our new Sea Grant Fellow, Kinsey Matthews. From the department, Chief Dave Bess, Eric Ford, Randy Lovell, Craig Schumann, Kirsten Ramey, and remote is Kristen Elsmore. And I do want to welcome our colleagues from the Ocean Protection Council, although they had to not participate in person, is Jen Eckerly, Mike Espero, Noah Van Aderet, and Liz Benito. Great.
Perfect. You want to do a quick meeting overview?
And now I will do a quick meeting overview. And I just want to welcome everyone to this meeting of the Marine Resources Committee. And the committee is comprised of 2 of the commissioners. It can be 1 or 2. We have 2 commissioners who co-chair this meeting, and members are assigned by the commission annually. Our goal today is informed discussion that will guide future decision-making by the full commission. And we need your cooperation to ensure a lively and comprehensive dialogue. We are operating under the Bag and Key Open Meeting Act, but it's important to note that the committee chairs here cannot take action independent of the full commission. Instead, the chairs make recommendations to the full commission during regularly scheduled meetings. These proceedings are being recorded for reference and archival purposes. They're available upon request. And I believe that we also post information to our to a YouTube channel, so contact the commission if you need that information. Items may be heard in any order pursuant to the determination of the committee co-chairs. As a general rule, I want to note that if you have a change to regulations that you're interested in, that needs to be redirected to the full commission and submitted on the required petition form FGC1. That's titled Petition to the California Fish and Game Commission for Regulation Change. However, at the discretion of the committee may request staff follow up on items of potential interest to the committee and possible recommendations to the commission. Committee meetings are intended to operate informally and provide an opportunity for everyone to provide comments on an agenda item. So if you want to speak on an agenda item, please follow these guidelines. Please raise your hand and wait to be recognized by the committee. Please provide your name and if you represent an affiliation, and note that time is limited, so we encourage you to please keep your comments precise to give others time to speak as well. And if several of the speakers have the same concern, please appoint a group spokesperson. If speaking during the general public comment item, which is agenda item 8, please make sure that the subject matter is not related to any of the other items on the agenda. Public comments on those agenda items are taken at the time the committee members discuss that item. And as a general rule, the way that we approach now that we are conducting hybrid meetings with an in-person piece and a Zoom-based piece, the committee generally hears from people in the room first and then goes to people online. And again, this is a conversation, it's intended to be, so if you want to participate in the dialogue, feel comfortable to raise your hand a second time. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. With that, I'd like to call the meeting to order and ask if there's any changes requested by either with fellow commissioner or any staff. Okay, so the agenda is as set, which takes us right into the first item, which is item 2, the halibut fishery bycatch evaluation for the fishery management review. Susan, can you take us off on this one?
Sure thing. Today, the intent for today's agenda item is to receive a department update on evaluating fisheries bycatch and acceptability of bycatch types and amounts in the California halibut set gillnet fishery, discuss the initial results, and provide a committee direction on next steps and potentially develop a committee recommendation. Just in case anyone is new to this, the review is based on guidance in the Marine Life Management Act and also uses a framework for evaluating bycatch acceptability in the Master Plan for Fisheries, titled A Guide for Implementation of the Marine Life Management Act. We call it the Master Plan, that was adopted by the Commission in 2018. This bycatch review is part of a broader process to review management of the California halibut fishery writ large in California. And so the committee at the November MRC meeting received an update from the department with an analysis of bycatch, of catch, incidental target, incidental take, and bycatch species for California halibut in both the trawl and set gillnet fisheries. The committee provided a recommendation, and the commission accepted that recommendation for the department to begin with an evaluation of bycatch within the California halibut set gillnet fishery, and to complete the evaluation in the master plan, which sometimes we refer to as bycatch inquiries, that are designed to help evaluate acceptability for bycatch species, beginning with the top 10 species of bycatch, and to engage stakeholders in the process by reaching out to gillnet participants in the halibut gillnet fishery for dialogue, and to confer with various stakeholders groups for on the evaluation outcomes, and to bring for this meeting back the results for discussion and potential recommendation. So today we will be getting that update from the department. I want to note that the commissioners, you received a presentation in your supplemental materials. We will be making that presentation available online after this meeting. But for today, Kirsten Ramey, with the environmental program manager that is in charge of this program and others, is going to provide a presentation. And the comments are summarized in your meeting materials. And today we recommend that the department that the committee discuss the department's inquiry results and other information for evaluating bycatch acceptability by types and amounts, provide a recommendation or direction for how to proceed with any remaining steps in completing the final bycatch inquiries of what is called step 3 in a 4-step process, such as clarifying any types of concerns as observed in the bycatch evaluation or any additional outreach. And in this case, given that the information is just being presented at this meeting, The committee may wish to bring the final result, ask the department to bring final results to the July MRC meeting for discussion and a potential recommendation regarding bycatch acceptability, which is step for initiating step 4 to address any unacceptable bycatch fishery. And we will now turn it over to Kirsten Ramey, who's joining us via Zoom.
How's my audio?
It's excellent.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, commissioners, staff, and members of the public. My name is Kirsten Ramey, and I'm an environmental program manager in the Department of the region. And as Susan said, gave you a great overview, I'm presenting the latest results on the evaluation of bycatch in the California halibut fishery. Next slide, please. So just to orient us to today's presentation, I'm going to go over a brief background of where we are in the process, touch on the actual bycatch criteria that we use in the evaluation, talk about the priority species that we evaluated, summarize our outreach efforts to date, go through the methods that we applied, the preliminary results, some conclusions, and then finally some next steps. Next slide, please. Okay, so as a reminder, the Marine Life Management Act mandates the sustainable use of California's living marine resources and emphasizes the need for a comprehensive ecosystem-based approach to the management of the state's fisheries. A specific objective described in the Act is to limit bycatch to acceptable types and amounts. The 2018 Master Plan for Fisheries is the roadmap that we use for implementation of the Act and outlines this 4-step process that you see on your slide to help determine whether the amount and type of bycatch are considered acceptable. So we completed steps 1 and 2 of the 4-step process, which included gathering information on all the species caught in the gillnet and trawl fisheries, and then specifically identified incidentally caught and landed and incidentally caught and discarded species. And those results were presented at the November MRC meeting. During that meeting, the MRC recommended that the department start evaluating the bycatch criteria as outlined in the master plan with the top 10 bycatch species for the California halibut gillnet fleet. Recommended that we reach out to gillnet fishermen to open up some dialogue and then also work with various stakeholder groups on the outcomes. So today, I will be presenting the department's efforts to accomplish these tasks and present potential next steps for the MRC to consider. Next slide, please. So the Marine Life Management Act assesses the acceptability of the amount and type of bycatch using these 4 criteria. So legality of take of the bycatch species, degree of threat to the sustainability of the bycatch species, impacts on fisheries that target the bycatch species, and then ecosystem impacts. The master plan, again, outlines, is our roadmap, and it outlines a series of inquiries for each of these 4 criteria to consistently assess what is considered acceptable or unacceptable bycatch. The responses to the inquiry questions are not proposed to be used in a formulaic or prescriptive way, but just are intended to provide a structured basis to consider the issue. Next slide, please. So we actually evaluated 12 bycatch species. We went above the 10 that the commissioners recommended, but we used several sources of information and identified these top 12 priority species to apply the bycatch criteria to based on several factors. We selected these species based on a variety of information, such as how frequently the species is caught in the federal observer data, the discard mortality, if the species is actively managed or not, whether the species has a formal stock assessment, the current population status, conservation status, and whether the species is a target of historical or current commercial fishery. Excuse me. We also did our best to select a suite of species that would reflect the different aspects of the inquiry such as potential legality issues, other fishery impacts, and sustainability and/or ecosystem concerns. So for Pacific angel shark, brown smoothhounds, California skates, bat rays, rock crab, and barred sandpass, these species were selected based on the results from the bycatch evaluation report that I presented in November, and also the master plan's prioritization process that we completed back in 2019 for both commercial and recreational species. California sea lions and Brandt's cormorants were selected based primarily on federal observer data that documents that these species are being caught in California set gill nets. Giant sea bass and white shark were included because of their sensitive protective status and also results from the bycatch evaluation report and federal observer data. Sublegal California halibut were included based on results from the bycatch evaluation report and potential sustainability concerns. And then finally, humpback whales were included based on NOAA's Category 2 classification for the California halibut set gill net, which identifies potential serious injury of humpback whales in this fishery. So while the humpback whale are included in NOAA's Category 2 classification, there are no documented observations of whales being tangled in California halibut set gill nets. Next slide, please. So before getting to the meat of the actual methodology, I wanted to touch on our outreach efforts to date. We provided written outreach to all permittees and interested stakeholders, just over 500 different contact information to give them an update on the current evaluation process, today's meeting, and potential next steps. In addition, department staff contacted key representatives of the gill net fleet to further understand the fishery and the interactions with the top priority species. Based on those conversations, key representatives expressed some fear over being put out of business and believes that the decision to close the California gillnet fishery has already been made. Industry representatives acknowledge that participation in the fishery has declined, and there are very few places that gill nets are still used in Southern California. All representatives stated that California has significant regulations, and if their fishery was closed, it will result in the need to import more fish from outside the US where there are less sustainable regulations. Fishermen described that all legal marketable fish are landed and sold, and that the majority of fin fish that are discarded in a dead condition are because of marine mammal damage, primarily California sea lion predation, while fish are still in the nets. Fishermen described that the gill net design with the large mesh, which is greater than 8.5 inches, the location of the nets near the seafloor, and placement of them over sandy bottom to target California halibut, and the nearshore ban has resulted in very little bycatch compared to the target species, and that the gill net fishery is a multi-target species. Fishermen strive to avoid interactions with marine mammals and birds as much as possible. They describe that California sea lions are a nuisance, and they will dive on the nets, feed on their catch, and cause damage to the nets, which are costly. And finally, fishermen did have claimed to not have any interactions with whales since the nearshore ban in 1994. In addition to industry members, department along with commission staff have had ongoing discussions with staff from Oceania and the Turtle Island Network to discuss the evaluation process and potential next steps. Next slide, please. So now we're going to actually dig into the meat of the evaluation process, and I will be describing the methods over the next several slides. So staff utilize these inquiry questions, which are outlined in the master plan and related to the 4 bycatch criteria questions. These are used as guidance to assess the acceptability of the amounts and types of bycatch. These structured questions provide a practical means of conducting the analysis of impacts and a consistent approach to assessing what is acceptable for the California halibut gillnet fishery. So under the first criteria, legality of take, the inquiry questions are intended to determine if any species are illegal to take or retain under any relevant state, federal, or international law. And if the legality of take is illegal, or if the rate of mortality exceeds legally sanctioned injury or mortality rates, the bycatch may be considered unacceptable. Next slide, please. So this is a decision tree, if we want to call it that, that can use the inquiry questions to get at a final acceptability versus unacceptability determination. And as you will see, when things may be unacceptable, the next step in that process is to consider management action or consultation. Next slide. For threat to sustainability, the inquiry questions are intended to consider the impacts of the relative level of bycatch within the fishery on the biological health of the particular bycatch species. A level of take that compromises the sustainability of the population would be considered unacceptable under the standards of the Marine Life Management Act. Next slide, please. Again, here is just a visual process decision tree of the inquiry questions that help us walk through how we would get to a acceptable versus maybe unacceptable determination. You will see in the next few slides, if there is a lack of information to make this determination, then there is a recommendation to prioritize a research need to gather that data. Next slide. Impacts on fisheries considers whether the current level of bycatch within the directed fishery for that bycatch species negatively impacts the management of the bycatch species or the industry participants. So depending on the presence and severity of impacts to the directed fishery, bycatch may be considered unacceptable. Next slide. Just one more decision tree of how we can get to the final determination. Next slide. And then finally, ecosystem impacts evaluates whether the level of bycatch within the fishery impedes the ability of the bycatch species to fulfill its functional role within the ecosystem. If the ecosystem role of the bycatch species is impeded, then bycatch of that species may be unacceptable under this criterion. Next slide. And the final decision tree as to how we utilize the inquiry questions to get to the determination of acceptable or maybe unacceptable. And next slide. So here are the preliminary results. So I will spend a few minutes on this table as it summarizes the preliminary results of applying all of the above inquiry questions to our top priority species. Looks like the slide might be cut off slightly at the bottom, so I will just be sure to talk us through that. So the color coding in the table is hopefully helpful to visualize the results of our inquiries and data collection. Just to orient you, green cells represent legal take and low risk to sustainability, fisheries, and ecosystems. These columns are for bycatch criteria. For those species that may not be retained legally and thus result in regulatory discards, they're identified by the orange color in the first column. And then under the risk criteria, sustainability, fisheries, and ecosystem risks, anywhere where we have a moderate and or unknown risk, those cells are identified in yellow. And then finally, the dark gray cells along the bottom, which is humpback whales. Might be hard to see that. Given that there is no documented data for humpback whales within the California halibut gillnet fishery, information to the criteria questions is unknown, so those cells have been grayed out. So now to actually get through the responses, to step through the columns, we analyzed the priority species we analyzed, rock crab, barred sand bass, Brandt's cormorant, sublegal sized halibut, California sea lions, and humpback whales are all illegal to retain or take with kill nets under existing laws. So you will see those are documented in orange, except for humpbacks are gray, as I mentioned. All other species you will see can be legally retained as commercial take and are currently managed with either size limits, gear restrictions, and or are allowed as incidental catch in the California halibut gillnet fishery. So moving over to the next column, risks to sustainability. Department staff compiled a variety of information from our productivity susceptibility analysis, which was a project that we conducted during the master plan. We used data from the International Union for Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources red list of threatened species. It's abbreviated to the IUCN red list. We gathered data from that source. We looked at available stock assessments or status estimates. We looked at current management measures and available estimated discard mortality rates to evaluate risks to sustainability for all these species. We concluded the following species are considered to have low threat to their sustainability: brown smoothhounds, rock crabs, barred sand bass, Brandt's cormorant, and sublegal California halibut. These species are not caught in significant numbers based on mesh size, based on depths of the net, or have low discard mortality rates and or low vulnerability, or are designated as least concern under the IUCN red list. Based on vulnerability scores and the IUCN red list listing, the species that we determined that have moderate risk to their sustainability include Pacific angel sharks, California skates, bat rays, giant sea bass, and great white sharks. We also recognize that California sea lions are entangled in gill nets every year. However, NOAA's stock assessment for the population has indicated the population continues to expand. So California sea lions were also determined to have a moderate risk to sustainability. And then finally, we do know that whales can get entangled in fishing gear along our coast. However, as I've mentioned earlier, the Federal Observer data has never documented any entangled whales in the California halibut set gillnet fishery. Moving over to the risk of impacts on fisheries, 5 of the top priority species do not have a directed fisheries, so the criteria is not applicable to those species. Those are in the light gray. But Pacific angel sharks, brown smoothhound, rock crab, barred sand bass, and sublegal California halibut are classified as a low risk to impacts based on management measures within those directed fisheries, low catch and low discard mortality rates for these species. While California skates and bat rays do not have directed fisheries, a portion of the gillnet fishery does discard them and results in some level of discard mortality. It's less than 5% and 7% respectively for these species based on the Federal Observer data. For California skates, roughly 80% of them are discarded and 50% of bat rays are discarded. So based on this combination of percent of discard and discard mortality rate, these 2 species were considered to be at moderate risk to impacts. And then finally, moving on to the last column, impacts on ecosystems was much more difficult to determine given the paucity of scientific evidence on whether the amount of bycatch mortality significantly increases the risk of the bycatch species to serve its ecosystem role. So you'll see a lot of unknowns in that column. For those species where there was little or no information, we considered the risk to be moderate. We can't determine whether it's low or high, so it fell in the middle. You will see that California sea lions are designated as moderate. So that's based on pinnipeds such as California sea lions being mesopredators. They feed on fish and inverts. Other types of pinnipeds have been considered keystone species, meaning they have a large effect on the natural environment relative to their abundance. There's no scientific literature to suggest California sea lions are the keystone species. However, given the focus on research, conservation, and management for California sea lions, we determined that their potential impact on ecosystems could be considered moderate. And next slide, please. So to help summarize all of that from the last slide, the information I presented. So the majority of elasmobranchs, which are sharks, skates, and rays, we evaluated are considered to have a moderate or unknown risk of threats to sustainability, fisheries, and ecosystems. Additionally, the bycatch of marine mammals are also considered moderate or unknown. Marine birds are caught in very small numbers, only 4 total in all 6 years of observer data in the California gillnet fishery, and that's for both white sea bass and California halibut set gillnets. This is small numbers is primarily based on the depth of the nets and the diving birds not being able to reach them, but there is a small amount of interaction. So we do recognize that, and it's been designated as low risk. And then finally, for the finfish species, we evaluated the risk of threats was considered to range from low to moderate. I do want to acknowledge that we analyzed just a handful of species that are incidentally caught in the California halibut gillnet fishery, but we could apply this process to other species where there may be concerns related to bycatch. Next slide. So moving on to final next steps. So I've summarized the structured process that the department staff used to conduct step 3 that's outlined in the master plan, and have articulated the findings of our various inquiry questions. Consistent with the Marine Life Management Act mandate that we manage the California halibut fishery in a way that limits bycatch to acceptable types and amounts, we've completed steps 1, 2, and answered the inquiry questions in step 3 for 12 priority species. Again, as a reminder, the bycatch criteria have not been defined in regulation, and a uniform definition of unacceptable has not been identified. The Act does, however, define that conservation and management measures to minimize bycatch are initiated through first determining whether bycatch is unacceptable. So it's important at this point to ask and discuss, what does a potentially unacceptable designation look like for the California halibut gillnet fishery, and where do we go from here? The department recognizes that there are data limitations in determining amounts of bycatch and potential risks to sustainability, fisheries, and ecosystems. All of those yellow unknown boxes in the table. So we could consider potentially designating the lack of information unacceptable under the MLMA, which could lead to discussions with industry stakeholders and managers to address the insufficient and uncertain sources of data. Additionally, department staff have identified potential management measures to address information gaps related to interactions with some bycatch species in the gillnet fishery. So from this point, the department recommends having an open stakeholder-informed discussion today on how to use the information we gathered and presented to determine acceptability of bycatch for the California halibut gillnet fishery, and how to achieve the goal of minimizing unacceptable bycatch per the Marine Life Management Act. And final slide. Some information available to folks, email address for anyone that wants to follow up with us, a link to the actual bycatch criteria in the MLMA master plan, and then finally the California Halibut Enhanced Status Report that describes fishery management actions, and research gaps. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Great presentation, incredible work done so far. I'd ask my fellow commissioner if she has any questions or comments before we have everybody.
Yeah, thank you for that. And thank you, Kirsten, for the presentation. Yeah, we've got a little bit of an apples to oranges situation in terms of the data that we've got from the department and the data that we've gotten from Oceana. And I know that, or Oceana and Turtle Island and et al. And I know that the folks didn't get a chance to look at the department data and report until probably late last night or this morning, or maybe just during this presentation. So, but I mean, I have tons of questions. Actually, I don't really know where to start. I guess maybe I would start with, I had a question about the whales. Kirsten, I don't know if this is a question for you, but the department information that I see says there's no documented entanglement of whales in California halibut site gill nets, but then Oceana has this number of 12 humpbacks and 26 gray whales between 2000 and 2022 in unidentified gill nets. So I guess I have a question about how we square that. I mean, they're unidentified, so it's not really fair to assign that to halibut site gill nets because it's unidentified. So that was one thing that came up for me. Kirsten, I don't know if there's anything you want to say just in response to that, or if you have any thoughts on that.
Well, definitely one of our thoughts is that's a potential management measure to address in the future, is to start discussing gear marking to reconcile, you know, what gear that is that we are seeing. We have reached out to NOAA and tried to get some additional information with some of the entangled observations that they have with California whales. And the most recent, I believe that was in 2022, they did confirm that that was a Mexican gill net that they were disentangling from. I think it might have been a gray whale, I can't recall.
Yeah, so that feels like it could be some low-hanging fruit, right? Is some enhanced gear marking, so we can tell the difference between the Mexican fishery and the California fishery. That seems like a thing that you know would be beneficial to everybody in the spirit of getting more information and distinguishing where we've got the problem. So that's one thing. So I also, you know, again, Oceana sort of looked at groups of species and bundled species versus the department's information is on these top 10, or it actually ended up being 12 most, you know, highest by number bycatch species. I know that the NGO letter talked about leatherback sea turtles and soupfin sharks specifically. That's not something that came up in the department information. I assume that's because they haven't been flagged as top 10 most bycatch species. And again, just this like big lumped group of 28 different species of skate sharks and rays that the NGO data also flags. But I wondered, and even in the NGO letter, it says, you know, we know that there has been some catch of leatherbacks. It doesn't give a number. And I think there's not an ITP for this fishery, an incidental tank permit for this fishery. But so I just wondered, do you think, Kirsten, that leatherback sea turtles are I assume you didn't assess it because it's not been flagged as an issue. Do you think it is something that we need to go back and look at?
We can certainly go back and look at it, but again, it has not happened.
Yeah.
And it has not happened since the nearshore ban, which is 1994. So there are no documented records of that in our thorough bycatch evaluation that we contracted. And I presented the results in November. There are no documented leatherback sea turtles. There's no documented leatherback sea turtles in the observer data. So,
yeah,
you know, I think if we were to go back and try and apply the criteria, there would be a lot of unknowns on that in that, you know, summary table.
That's really helpful. Thank you for that. Yeah, and obviously once we open it up for discussion, would love to hear what you all have to say about that too, because it seems like you've got a different perspective on the information we have available. I guess I would just thank, everyone on all sides for really laying out this, the bycatch inquiry criteria on what is unacceptable, as pulled out of the MLMA, from Fish and Game Code section 7085. It's really, really helpful to just be able to go through stepwise and look at the legality, the sustainability, and so on. These 4 criteria are really, really helpful. It seems like there's some disagreement between the department and the NGOs on other issues like this, like degrees of sustainability on, for example, white sharks. I know that the NGO letter says California said gill nets are the biggest threat to juvenile wild white sharks on the West Coast. 25 sharks annually, 50% mortality rate, 90% of all annual white shark bycatch. But then the department, finds that it's a moderate threat to sustainability. So want to understand these 2 really different conclusions on sustainability as well, because those are pretty different conclusions on sustainability. So Kirsten, I don't know if there's anything I don't want to put you on the spot, but the conclusions are so different on that one. I wonder if you had.
I can speak to white
Please.
shark. So,
Please, you guys
so with respect to white shark, there was a CISA petition, California Endangered Species Act petition for white shark several years ago. We did our analysis. We found that the population is increasing, which is a good thing for white shark population. So when we look at the take in the set gillnet fishery, but we also see a population increasing, it doesn't seem like this take is causing a problem. There's also an allowance in California statute for gillnets to take white sharks. So the legislature has clearly indicated that they feel it's appropriate for this take of this species. So that's what we're basing our assessment.
That's really helpful. Thank you. Yeah, really, really helpful to hear that information. So populations are actually increasing. And I think it is, this didn't come up in Kirsten's presentation explicitly, but I think for both giant sea bass and white sharks, the legislature did act to say that incidental take of those 2 species is legal. So on the legality issue, that sort of settles that. And, that's a legislature issue. They have spoken on that. And our job is to carry out the legislature has spoken on those particular species. So I guess those are some of my questions to start with. So thank you so much, Kirsten and Craig. I definitely want to hear from other folks. But you are chairing the meeting. I don't know if you have Yes, please.
Give me just one second. Yeah, just think through those questions. I think that there's some stuff to reconcile clearly in this process, both in terms of the evaluation itself, and then we have the difficult job of what is unacceptable. But this is this chart is really helpful. It's not the be all and end all. I think there has to be some discussion about the classifications. That's the point of this process. And this is not something that can be handed down on a tablet, right? It's something complicated to someone in the eye of the holder. And so I look forward to working together with all of you to refine this as the next step before we go to the next final step, especially what actually is. So I'm going to leave it with that. I think my question are very similar to Commissioner Murray's. I do want to say that it's been a long time since we kind of said that bycatch was a priority when we're doing the master plan. So I'm a little impatient. I'd like to see us get to this first one. I'd love to kind of take the actions today. We can listen and see what we hear, but I think it's probably likely that we have to go on the schedule that the staff's recommended, looking for July to make final recommendations to to not that long, but I'm impatient to get to conclusions of this because it's the first issue we're applying this to. That's going to really affect how we look at the fishery. All agree this is the first. So with that, I do want to open up to everybody else who's here. Again, if you could state your name and if you're affiliated with an organization, that'd be great. Please.
Susan, did you have something you want to?
No, please, of course, I should.
I'm just recognizing that this is the first time we're going through this, and so it's the first, really thoughtful and with information and context to talk about this determination and bycatch acceptability. And one thing I want to note is there can be the question of what role does this individual species play in the ecosystem? What is the status of this species? And then there's the question of what is this fishery's engagement relative to the population? And it's not necessarily population, it can also be whatever is the appropriate scale of relevance for that particular species. So if it's reef specific, then that is an approach that seems like a relevant context. If it's a species that's migratory and has a large range, I think one of the things for you to consider is: are you only going to look at the role of a species, its status? Are you also interested in what theory? But in reality, what this fishery and with the number of maximal participants that participate might have an impact on. Recognizing these increases in population, that includes California sea lions as well, just the conundrum as the population. I'm going to cross.
That's a terrific one. Thank you, Ed. Yeah, please.
Why don't we take this over here?
Google Almo, California yellow fisherman for 25 years. I got started with maybe we just bring up the great white shark. Chris Law, great biologist of Long Beach State. That's what he really does. He studies the great white shark. He just had a television documentary on the great white sharks in California 3-4 weeks ago on TV, and they're thriving. The ecosystem is thriving. You can probably Google that and find this on TV program that showed like there's like 50 to 100 just like 1 square mile. He says white shark population. So I'll just leave that for right now.
Anything else in the room?
Thank you, Kirsten, for that presentation. Very helpful. Can you speak up a little bit? Yeah. But thank you, Kirsten. That was a great presentation. It's great to see all the work that's starting in the past few. Largely, I think the assessment of species that we ended up with, and we were kind of viewing as representative species as concern. And I think about the analysis largely follow on that we just to clarify is that for the PSA is built. I think you're right. The thing is that we would like to earmarking. We see the opportunity for risk management for one of these acceptability kind of determinations by reviewing or opportunity for management. So go bycatch is a toolbox for us to inform better management for fishery by we're all here. So we agree that we'd like to see increased earmarking for impact. They have very low populations, don't know, and it's important West Coast containment issue. For our sharkscapes, we are particularly concerned with those. Oh, okay. The sharkscapes, right, are particularly because we don't have estimates for effort that could catch estimates for this fishery. We think, particularly for vulnerable really important to take the cautionary approach. And again, another really great opportunity for management in this area. In terms of white sharks, our concern with white sharks is that although populations are increasing, you kind of have to look at the baseline before and the baseline is still pretty low. So we're still concerned about white sharks. There were these specific population of white sharks. Fishery grounds is like how so we still do find white sharks to be a concern in this fish, particularly with the low surfer coverage and again the lack of total cover estimate that could total catch. A lot of their sharks, states, and gray species do not have assessed populations, so we don't know what their population size is, if they're healthy, and so also not knowing how they're being caught each year in the inland fishery that we see that needs to be addressed with research. The other issue that we have is the bigger issue is just mortality of halibut. Know that the Southern California population of halibut is decreasing or has decreased, and it's not particularly healthy based on and so we do think that's a concern and definitely sustainability. And the last thing is just the overall cumulative discard rate in this fishery is really high, 64%, very high for any fishery. The pre-release mortality rate of 55% is also concerning and another opportunity management. So we're looking forward to kind of discussing goals with everyone in the village. I appreciate that being here, and it's great to hear your opinions and also experiencing the water of this fishery. So we are to issues.
Thanks everybody. Scott Webb here, Turtle Island Restoration Network. Again, want to thank everyone for being here. Thanks for having such a night today as well. Really appreciate it. Off the bat, thanks for coming today as well. It's such like this abstract thing, this data, and that's really cool. You guys. Beginning of dialogue, not the end, and one pictures. So, that last meeting, that just outlines are like let's do some also want to thank Kirsten Department for doing that. This is the first time we've done a bycatch degree, which I think again about the MBA stuff, like it should be celebrated. This is really cool thing we're doing. We're one of the first states to actually take bycatch seriously. So this stuff should be celebrated. This collaborative process. It's pretty awesome. So again, it's celebrated as well. Also, I think to what Cam was saying, I think we actually are real. Maybe we would view some of the risks more than moderate, I would say, but nonetheless, I think we can find some common ground today. Some kind of recognition. So I think that should be a lot closer to this thing. I just want to make sure that we all realize too, for folks listening, that when we say the word acceptable and acceptable, it's not a judgment call. It's an acceptable. It's what is written in MLA as being triggered from management. Management, the department's not acceptable, people aren't acceptable. It's in the word. I mean, shit was regarding Leviosa, whatever. It's not just it's not a value judgment. So again, these are all opportunities for management opportunities against the state. So one again, just address that as well. Just, that's what the word is. A couple corrections real fast before we go into not corrections, points of clarification regarding the whales as well. Maybe disagree a little bit regarding the node entanglements. This is coming from IMS's entanglement on the MMPA page. But in 2007, there actually was 100 that was in this fishery in 2007. Find that on that California halibut, like sea bass that go in this fishery. So 2007, there was there, and just something we've kind of been saying a lot these last few years is it's hard to see if anything's been caught in the best whales that did no observer that's 2011 is recommending this jump up to 20% in the national bycatch report. We've seen this last time. We've seen mention of last 15 years, this is almost 6 times. This one is all this kind of to salmon, observing in this sea bass and halibut situation. So it is tricky for management. So again, one department for as far as they did with this, it was really tricky, but nonetheless, I think it's hard to say that nothing's being caught. So that was looking right. I think we should be, especially with leatherbacks. And kind of what we're talking about leatherbacks is, yes, it was a long time ago when last time we saw a leatherback entangled one in 2019, the longline fishery in Southern California, same area we're still getting. There was consecutive this. This is one of the zebra coverage. We all know that the science has shown it's pretty clear that one lost leatherback is one too many. It's the state species. We gotta make sure that we are being more precautionary. Again, what this is, option for management. You're saying earmarking, that's option management. That's what we discuss once we get a step forward. Zebra coverage, that's all subject. So, last thing I want to mention is say, let's put this in the context of this conversation, because we're talking about, can we talk about management? It's unacceptable, or we can say, is it an opportunity for management? I think right now we can all say, and already off the bat, there's an opportunity for management. I think that's pretty clear. So, to make sure we make this conversation efficient, we can make sure this big loaded conversation what management looks like. Let's get to the point and say that we need some type of management that's different.
Quick comment, very shitty official one. Something I'm really thinking about is, Chair Scott said, we don't necessarily need an acceptable determination to management measures. Right, so that's what's spelled out. We can manage fisheries without unacceptable. So if it's something like additional data collection or gear marking or something like that, where it's not it's called a draconian measure, we don't necessarily need that black and white determination of acceptable or unacceptable.
Great point, thank you. Greg.
Greg Helms with Oceana. I was planning on starting with that point. I think the recommendation I have is that we find a way to get into the management review. We have a stepwise process here, and to some point, I think that conversation is kind of captive to the stepwise process. And until Commissioner Murray started talking this morning, is one of the leadest conversations in this has been, what's the management? What are we doing? What's the legislature say? What's the effect of the nearshore ban? And you've been talking about, and that's the meat of this conversation. We have a pretty low selective gear here. It's not halibut's not the only ones using it, and so it would be a shame if we got stuck in the process, argued about acceptability and so on, and failed to go into the management conversation. I think there's a ton of learning that we all have from the fishermen, from the sort of what's in code, what's in regulation, so on. What we did in the ramp program with the Dungeness crab, just in terms of how you manage gear, how you determine managing the interactions, and it would be, I think the biggest point is to get into that conversation and not sort of bypass it. The precedent role that, this is the first fishery, also the gnarliest fishery probably that we're going to deal with at bycatch, sort of the opportunity danger situation. So let's get into that conversation. If we can bypass, these awful words that were drafted in 19, whatever it was, that'd be fine too. But let's not get too hung up on that. I would recommend we get to that conversation. I think it would be advisable to arrange the conversation if we, the management conversation, so that we're addressing the gear. I think we're on solid enough MA footing that we can look at all the fisheries that use this gear and try and be creative. Where are we deploying it? What's the risk? How can we minimize the risk? How do we get a little cleaner? And that's the goal there. I think that's really what I wanted to add, is that we can open up the table and get that conversation. I wrote down 8 things that you could explore in terms of gear modifications to gear markings, observer data, and so on that you could talk about and open up the management box. And I just recommend that we get there. Thanks for doing the stepwise process, but it's break out.
Okay, 1 second, we'll go to online.
Chair Sklar, we have 2 speakers with their hand raised online. Our first will be Chris Voss.
Okay, hold on 1 second. We're gonna go 1 person in the room real quickly, and then we'll go to online.
Nick again, if you want to regulate a fishery, you have to have patents. I Googled it because I saw it on TV, great white sharks have between 2 and 10 pups at a time. They could go up to 17, but usually 10 live. Then Scott was talking about the leatherback turtle that was caught next to secule nets. Long life and secule nets, no fish in the center. I mean, that's fine, you guys, do research, but make sure your research is correct. This is our.
The white shark.
Wait, we can't use
Hold on
him.
1 second. Yep.
And you need to be plugged.
Thank you. Just to be really clear, that white sharks, we don't know too much about their reproductive biology. A lot of the reproductive knowledge that we do have is based on necropsy of embryos, and so 2 to 10 is how many are in the uterus, and not how many are reproduced because they cannibalize within one or white shark. So there's usually less pups than 2 to 10, just to clarify. I do like science.
Okay, now we're gonna go online. Go ahead, Randy, please.
Our first speaker online today is Chris Voss. Chris, go ahead, please. Chris, I see you're unmuted, but we're not picking up your audio. You may want to check your microphone.
No, I can't hear you, Chris.
Yeah, we're still not hearing it.
Chris, while you figure out the microphone situation, you could always try rejoining as well. I'll make sure to admit you right away. While we wait for Chris to figure out his technical difficulties, let's move on to Laurel Irvine. Laurel, you may need to unmute yourself, please.
Hi, is the audio working?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hi, MRC staff members and commissioners. I'm Laurel Irvine. I'm from the NGO Shark Allies. I'm here just to represent all of the NGO community and express our concern with the types and the amounts of bycatch. And I apologize if this is repetitive as the audio is cutting out for us online a bit, but I'd like to expand on Caitlin's point about the baseline argument of the white shark population. What is really concerning to us, and we personally deem unacceptable under criteria 2, is the fact that this gillnet fishery represents 90% of juvenile white shark bycatch. So again, we deem this unacceptable under criteria 2 based on a baseline argument.
Great, thank you. We're able to get Chris back on?
Yes, Chris is back. Chris, go ahead, please. Let's see if we're good here.
Can we move to Kim Delco?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
All right. I had a question about how you make the call as to whether to categorize the sustainability risk as moderate versus low after hearing that the sea lion populations are expanding and white shark populations are expanding. It just seems like something that is a very gray area. If you could just explain that. And I have another comment as well. I could make that before I hear the answer. As a seafood buyer, I'm the CEO of Get Hooked Seafood, which is a community supported fishery serving Santa Barbara and Los Angeles. And I just want to stress that our set gillnet and trawl fisheries for halibut are so critical to engaging the public and buying local seafood. They're available year round. They're a beloved species. And the fishermen we work with are really careful to maintain standards for sustainability, minimizing bycatch. And I think that it's something that we should all be really proud of, that we have these net fisheries that are being operated in a very sustainable way. Net fisheries are really critical for supplying seafood that's not just line caught one by one, so that you can keep the price of seafood reasonable. If done sustainably and well managed, which we have the capacity to do here in California, you can provide a volume of fish in an efficient way that allows fishermen to make a living and for the price point to be accessible to a large swath of the population. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's try one more time, Chris.
I can
Well,
briefly,
I was gonna ask you that.
yeah, I can briefly address
Just
that.
a second.
Thank you, Kim, for the question regarding the moderate designation for sustainability of white shark and sea lion. 100% is a gray area, purely subjective. When I saw the slide up there today, it should be moderate. So there's not a distinction between there. It's a range, but we do know that both populations are increasing. The take of this fishery appears to be relatively low compared to the population status. So whether it's low, whether it's moderate, that's a subjective determination.
Thank you, Greg. Quick point on that. I think, we've got a non-dual situation here. We do have criteria that talks about unacceptability. At the same time, once we start interpreting the numbers, there's some art in it as well. So I think that, that's real. That's why we have a commission. And in the end, it'll be up to the full commission to make those determinations. But I think that I have confidence in Commissioner Murray, and I can make a good recommendation at our July meeting once we have looked at it. And, I think we all know this, maybe stating the obvious, that, we have to offer it often with incomplete information. And that's just the nature of this. That's, again, why we have a commission. Why we don't just have one commissioner, because that process hopefully brings the best result, taking into account all aspects. So clarify that there are criteria, and we can have some judgment calls here.
Morning, everyone. I know we're all concerned about this issue, or else we wouldn't be in this room. I'm Neil Guglielmo, Brad, Mom, and Decadal, my brother, my sister. I used to fish out since 1994, and when they pushed us out 3 miles, I felt my boat was too small, too dangerous, and really my wife said, "You're not going out." So I don't. We're allowed to fish with our gill nets in a slip. The boarders know. They run the line, they see our flags. We have to stay 3 miles out. And out a little further than that, it's too deep. So we're on a sliver. And for a few guys on that sliver to create a chart like that, okay, that's all I'm gonna say. Bycatch by definition is the unwanted fish caught during fishing for other species. Well, we're fishing for a few species. We're not fishing, a halibut gill net is not fishing just for halibut. Like sea bass, not just for red sea bass. When you want a fish market, there's a variety of fish. And it doesn't come from a net that catches each fish. It doesn't work that way. It's the ocean. The fish are fishing, are swimming side by side, and it's self-explanatory. Fishing for the general public. Most people can't fish. They can't afford to take it down, let alone their health. Go on and on with this. They're in wheelchairs. Some guys, they need to eat fish, and we provide that. Seals. There are 300,000 seals roughly in California. So when they did that survey, they didn't. Seals live from central Mexico to Alaska. 300,000 are in California. That was the survey, the area survey, the islands. There's more than that. There's probably 500,000 to 2 million. They increase, according to NOAA, 5% per year. That's just in California. It'd be 15,000 more seals every year. While we're fishing, they're increasing by 15,000 each year. In Mexico, they can fish in shallow water, right off the beach, and halibut prefer the shallow. If they let us fish half a mile out, oh, we can get a lot out of it. We can take, an observer mount and set a gill net offshore. Oh, well, there's plenty of halibut. There's a lot of seals there too. So putting this offshore 3 miles, we have low interaction with the seal. So there should be no concern with seals and the set gill net for halibut. None. Zero. Bycatch, when we release things, they're swimming away or the crabs are going back to the bottom. If we can sell it, we sell it. If it's illegal, it goes right back in. We follow the rules. The 3 mile line and the 8.5-inch mesh. Like she said, like was said, the 8.5-inch mesh that was wrapped on that seal, the 8-inch mesh was the Mexican gill net. They're in their line. They migrate inshore, shallow waters. They're in the heart months. There's a good fact. According to NOAA, 58% of sport fish caught 1 year were released. That's bycatch. The average is 43% per year. Bycatch. Where's the concern with that? Hoop nets. Bycatch. In November, I pulled one of my lobster traps and this rope was coming up. But what's this? And a hoop net came up. It had what I thought was 3 shrimp. They were small juvenile lobsters. One was already dead from the octopus that was in there. So these hoop nets with no destructive device to make them lay flat on the bottom. They continue to fish. They're like a volcano. The top is open, they come down. So no destructive device to make those 3 arms come down. No escape panel for the smalls, for the shorts to go out. And it's a small mesh, maybe 2-inch, 3-inch mesh. So it continues to fish, and the octopus love it. The octopus is guarding. I think most things are covered. Just leave it at that. I thank you all for your attention. I mean,
let's move here to Commissioner Murray for a second.
Thank you. Yes, I'm glad you brought that up. You know, both your comment about halibut fishermen are not just fishing for halibut and then talking about some of the bycatch issues that you've seen even anecdotally in other fisheries and other gear types. It's true, right? Like I've seen that even out fishing as well. You know, there's certainly other kinds of species that come up, whether you're using a pot or hook, that does happen. And you know, but I think there seems to be some disagreement on like the scope and scale of the issue of bycatch with this particular fishery. And I think there is also some disagreement on definitions, right? I think the department views things like what is bycatch, right? What is more, does it have to be mortality? What about sublethal bycatch or latent mortality? Impacts when mortality happens later, right? But not immediately. I think there's some disagreement on escapes as well in terms of, and I won't say disagreement, I'll just say what I'm seeing from the department versus what I'm seeing from the NGOs. So I'd love to just learn more about that or explore that a little bit more. I don't know if Craig or Kirsten has anything to say about their view on different interpretations of bycatch and this issue of sublethal impacts, latent mortality, escapes, and how we're viewing that at the state level versus maybe how the NGOs view that. Because I think there's something there too. And just in terms of the scale and the scope, you know, some of the anecdotal stories you're telling versus what I see in the NGO letter, which is, you know, 64% of all animals caught, according to the limited observer data we have, is discarded. 50% is discarded as dead in this fishery. And then your impacts that go on to say, you know, it's really big impacts in terms of animals discarded in the gillnet fishery. So I just want to understand more about what I see as another area where we've got these sort of two pretty disparate sides of the coin and see if we can find out why that is and what's reality.
Thank you, Anna.
And actually, if I could just before Craig speaks, I need to point this out for everyone here in the room. We do have a lot of meeting participants online. They are still having difficulty hearing us for two reasons. Please note, as Commissioner Murray was just speaking, she was still using her outside voice. I'm still using my outside voice. Even those of you with the lower voices, they're really having a hard time hearing you. It's cutting in and out. So they catch about 50% of what people are saying. So my request is speak into the microphone, use your outside voice, please.
Is that loud enough? Kirsten, did you hear the questions from Commissioner Murray about some of the data discrepancies? I know you're prepared to speak to some of that.
I heard about half of it, like Melissa mentioned. Yeah.
Oh, even with A+.
So, yeah, Kirsten, what could you follow up on some of the discussions on the data discrepancies in terms of what we did and what the commission received in the NGO letter, why there's some different numbers there and different perspectives?
Okay, yeah, sure. So I think, and I look to Caitlin to help kind of fill the gaps too, but I think one of the main differences is, you know, the department took a halibut-centric focused look at bycatch. So we were parsing out, you know, California halibut separate from the total set gillnet fishery. So I think in some of the information that maybe Oceana and the Turtle Island Network presented, it is looking at a comprehensive look at both white sea bass, barracuda, California halibut, you know, all of our set net fisheries, because that's the data that they had. And, you know, we have the ability to dig more into the confidential data, looking at specific vessels and permits, and can help parse that out. So I think that's one major difference between the information that we have and the information that is in the NGO letter. I think the other maybe slight difference is that we recognize that these are multi-target fisheries. I think I mentioned that in my presentation today. And I think it was maybe Neil that also mentioned that too, that even though we call this the California halibut gillnet fishery, they are looking at a variety of species that they are able to market. So we don't consider that to be bycatch. We consider those to be incidental targets. And so it truly is a multi-target fishery. And, you can easily just say that anything other than bycatch, anything other than California halibut is bycatch, but that is not the way we have approached the evaluation. So did that get at primarily what the questions were, Craig?
Yeah, and I think was there one more piece about we were looking at the difference between pounds and numbers of individuals?
Oh, yes, thank you. Yes. So, our fishery dependent data is captured in weights, not in total numbers, compared to the federal observer data, which is captured in numbers of animals. So that's comparing apples and oranges. And then additionally, I think in the NGO letter, they're primarily using the publicly available observer data, which is in numbers that then are getting extrapolated. And so it's not a fair comparison to look at catch and weight that we have in our logbook and landings data to the observer information that's being captured in numbers and then attempted to be extrapolated over the entire fishery.
Thank you for that, Kirsten. Both of those are really, really important points, and I'm glad we're able to talk about that and to hear that from you. The last question that I had was how you define bycatch in terms of sublethal impacts and escapes, and if there's anything else you can tell us about that.
So are you talking specifically about California halibut sublegal? Or just any sublegal?
Oh, I mean, sublethal. So they think so.
Sublethal. Okay.
Or like latent, right? Like things that don't die but might die later.
Yeah. Okay. Now I can hear. So yeah, that is a challenge. For some particular species, we do have what's called a post-discard mortality rate. And in those situations, we certainly incorporated that into our evaluation. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of data for a lot of our species for those post-release mortality. So it is an information gap that exists, and not to get too far off the subject, but we are trying to get a little bit more information on some post-release mortality for some bycatch species in the trawl fishery, recognizing that that's an area that's significantly lacking for our California trawl fisheries. So it is an information gap, but there is some information that exists out there, and we incorporated that into our evaluation process.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask one more question just in the spirit of getting this out loud and sort of on the record. But when, going back to when you were talking about the halibut fishery, it's called a halibut fishery, but it's really a multi-target fishery. What are some of the other species that are targeted in this multi-target fishery?
Yeah, well, I mean, I can speak to, from the management side of things, but for the fishermen that are in the room, they can probably answer this better than I, but we know that brown angel shark, Pacific angel sharks are another species that are marketed. We know that there is some level of California skates and bat rays that are marketed. Giant sea bass as incidental take. Those are the species that are in our top priority list that we evaluated, that we know there is some market value to them. And, I don't have the exhaustive list of other species that are maybe considered incidentally caught with gill nets, but we do know that the majority of them are marketed if there is a market for them. And maybe Nick or Neil in the room might be able to give some more info on that.
Okay, and so giant sea bass can be sold when caught incidentally.
Yes.
Yeah. One a day.
Just one. Yes, one fish.
A year. One day a year.
One per trip.
Catch 3 or 4 a year, can take 1 per day.
Per trip.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Your voice. Yep, thank you, everyone. I just wanted to quickly thank you, Kirsten, for talking to the discrepancies in the data in terms of our NGO litter and the CDF and W numbers used. I just want to clarify that we did use the observer data that was available that does include both white sea bass and halibut trips. It's the federal observer data, so that is true. However, in our NGO letter, we largely tried to stay away from any estimates of catch because of the data issues. So we used percentages of composition. So that shouldn't really be an issue there. And we did extrapolate the total catch using some methods that we talked to Kirsten about, and also with Jim Coretta, who does the marine mammal stock assessment reports. And we ended up doing a really conservative estimate for that. We used kind of the minimum of catch that could have happened throughout the data period. And so I just wanted to clarify that really quickly.
Awesome. This sounds insane loud because my voice is so loud that I don't really hear me. I just want to address that I think we are in alignment with the idea that this is a multi-species fishery here type. And I think this is where it's getting, for me, a little confusing. Just going off of, I know anecdotes like are important in the water, but this is a science-driven commission. So looking at the science, we look at this, and if we look at the science of a multi-species fishery, which it sounds like we all agree upon, this has one of the highest discard rates in the United States, the highest mortality in the United States. This is by the data on the anecdote. Most of the species that are caught retained, they're not managed. So I feel like you can't have your cake and eat it too. So I think that's where my distance happens. And again, I'm not disregarding anecdotes. They are important because the data is flawed, and none of us, we need to go by the data. The data clearly says there's an opportunity for management. So I just want to keep that context of this conversation and how we're weighing our decisions if this is being managed or not. Because I think I'd be remiss if we left this day without any management recommendations, given just weighing anecdotes as much as data all the time. So again, anecdotes are important, but if we are looking at this as a multi-species fishery, the science is very, very clear.
Can I say one thing? Yeah, and I appreciate that reframing. And in the NGO letter, when you make a statement like California halibut accounts for just 10.6% of all animals caught, it's a little misleading, right? Because it is a multi species fishery, and so and I'm not saying that that's okay or acceptable or anything, but you know, when a letter says 230,000 animals have been discarded, could be as high as 2 million over the last however many years. Only 10% of all animals caught are halibut. I think I don't want to say it's misleading. I'm just saying, you know, it's important to recognize that it is a multi-species fishery, and it isn't meant to necessarily, like, we all know it's not all halibut that's caught.
Like I said, fisheries a little bit more about the other species that you do market, number one, but additionally, you know, I don't think the debate is necessary here over whether this fishery has the most bycatch. That's why we identified it as the first fishery to talk about. It does. I don't think the science shows that, but I think that you get beyond that. Now we're into specifics, and so that it's almost, you know, to me at this point, that we've been there and done that. We don't keep, debating that in the end. The question is what management techniques can we use in the context of this fishery as it is a multi-species fishery, and which species are the most endangered by it, and how can we reduce them? And I think that's the goal. I think that will be a lot of difference on those fine points of how we find it, but I think there should be a lot of disagreement over that. So when I looked at it here, folks who do fishing about other species.
Yeah. Over the years, over the 45 years, we've been highly regulated. Our net length is limited now, as before. It was we use as much as we want. Our size limit increased to 1/2 inch, so all the juveniles will get through. And then, of course, the area, like my brother said, is real small. We do catch other fish. We catch thrasher sharks, that's marketable. Angel sharks, marketable. We catch skates, that's marketable. I mean, there's a lot of different species we catch that we sell. Maybe like in the 1980s when I fished with my dad, the bat rays and the stingrays, they were not marketable. But now the Vietnamese population or the Asian population, they really want them. They eat them. They love them. But I brought a lot of different kind of gill nets here. Our nets are not just called gill nets, they're selective nets. I could explain each one if you're interested. I mean, if you want me to take a few minutes, I can do it.
Sure.
Okay. This is the one that's in this is the halibut. This is the halibut net. The mesh is 8.5 inch. So they say we catch a big part of our bycatches, brown smoothhound sharks. Smoothhound sharks are like 2 to 3 feet. They swim right through this mesh. This one's a barracuda net. This one's 3.5 inch. Does it catch halibut? No. Halibut bounce off this net. Sea bass, they bounce off this net too. They're targeted for barracuda, and you do catch blue mackerel. I've been doing this a lot of years, so when you guys say we should, like, if a whale gets caught in a net, I can just tell by looking at the net what kind of net it is. And our nets are all marked. Every 35 fathom, we have our number on the buoy or on the cork, so they know whose net it is. And pretty much a normal person can tell that's been doing it, for many years, like myself and my family, my son's in the industry now for a lot of years. But this is a 6.5 inch mesh. This catches white sea bass. Halibut, they say gill nets, but halibut really don't. If you think about the fish, they're flatfish. They don't gill. They bounce off this. When we do the halibut net, we catch them like in pockets. We make the net a little bit different. There's a lot to it. My grandmother used to make these nets by my dad first started fishing in the 30s. She would stay up all night and make nylon. He always used nylon back in the 30s, 40s, 50s, till the Vietnamese fishery came here, fishermen, and they brought them on a filament. We learned from them a lot, and they learned from us a lot. But this net right here catches thrasher sharks. We had a good fishery for thrasher sharks until Mexico ruined it for us. There's 2 kinds of thrasher sharks. There's a green thrasher and a brown thrasher. The green thrasher, the meat's real soft like swordfish, and the brown thrasher shark is like rubber. But anyway, when they brought them across the border, they just killed our fishery because they were bringing all the brown thrasher sharks. Being a gill net fisherman, just the word gill net scares everybody. Back in 2004, Monterey Bay Aquarium, I wish there was a few representatives here from Monterey. Is anybody here from the aquarium? But anyway, they had a program. They wanted to get a great white shark to live in captivity. So 2004, they hired commercial hook and line fishermen and sport fishermen. They paid them so much a day to go try to catch a great white. 2004, they didn't catch any. 2005, they had the same program. And then I think it was like in August or something, they reached out to me, Monterey Bay Aquarium. I have the article, you guys can pull it up on the internet. But anyway, when they gave me a 30-day contract to try to catch them. After the 20th day, my deckhand and I, we worked hard, and we actually caught one. We ran it up to Malibu. They had a pen up there, a tuna pen, but they kept it alive, and they tried feeding it. And if it fed, then they would bring it to the aquarium. And this was the money maker. 2005, they made billions. Monterey Bay Aquarium, they had a line out the door for 300-400 people. Every hotel was sold out. And then when my buddy who worked there, or he was my buddy, he said, bring your family, bring your kids. And I brought my mom and dad and my in-laws, and we drove up to Monterey, and we went to the aquarium. We got to go back past. It was wonderful. Treat us like we were special. So we get there, and they said, oh, this is the guy that caught it. And when we're walking in the aquarium, they have a big sign that says ban gillnets. And let alone they hired me out for 30 days, which was great for me. Then the next year they hired me out for 90 days. I mean, we've been in the fishery a long time. And so when we're at the aquarium, they have baby hammerhead sharks in there. You guys ever see the hammerhead sharks in the aquarium? They're little ones, they're like 5 feet. And then, we're very likable people. I get a little nervous on the microphone, but we are likable. So they brought us in the back, and in the back they had tanks with baby hammerhead sharks in there. So I'm a man of questions. I go, what do you save all the sharks for? They only live 4 or 5 months in the tank, and when they die, bring more out there. People want to see them. I go, really? Isn't that sure funny? The shoes on the other foot, it really doesn't pertain to them. What about those bluefin tuna they have? They're beautiful to look at, beautiful animals. What happens when they get too big? I go, do you donate it to the homeless? He goes, oh no. He goes, we can't release them, we have to throw them right in the dumpster. I mean, come on. Let's be realistic. I'm gonna give the mic to my son because he's the next generation of the commercial gillnet fishermen. I'm getting old, you can tell.
One thing that'd be helpful, I'd love to see a full list of all the species that are marketable that are caught. That we've heard of parks, I'd like to see a comprehensive list at some point. Maybe the department can provide that. That's fair. It's good for you. Sorry.
My name's Nick Well, third generation fisherman. Just built a brand new boat. That I had on. But yeah, my name is Nick William, third generation fisherman. My dad, my uncle, growing up, always made fun of my dad so hard. And I'm right in his footsteps doing the same thing. Waking up every morning early, 3:30 in the morning, we wake up. My office is looking at the ocean, seeing the dolphins jumping around. This is part of our livelihood. We want to keep it around just as long as so everyone else can enjoy just like we do every morning. I send pictures of my wife, my friends, of the sunset, sunrises. Thinking I was going to be part of my last generation, just seeing all the changes in the fishing industry. But my grandpa built a boat for the first generation. My dad built a boat for his second generation. I thought it was my time to build a boat, so I pulled the trigger. Built a brand new boat 2 years ago, beautiful boat, Andres. He built a boat too, the other gill netter. He built his 3 years ago, beautiful boat too. So we're the next generation coming up in this industry, and just to see people talk about it and kind of just when you see the reality of what's going on, since we're in it every day, you kind of know just how my dad showed you the nets and how we catch things. And then if you want to start closing gill netting here, you're going to be importing all the fish from Mexico or out of the other countries that don't have the same laws, no sustainability or anything. They just go out there and wipe it out. And yeah, it's our sea bass season. We do really good sometimes, and all of a sudden they're having a good couple of days, and the sea bass just get pushed out from Mexico. They just flood the market 20, 30,000 pounds just from seining. So then our market is screwed for 2 weeks, and then fish disappeared. So now it's like, okay, where do we start off at? But long story short, as far as the gill netting goes, the bycatch, I was reading an article on the NOAA's website, and as I guess everyone's already talked about the numbers and stuff, I don't really agree with them. We market 99% of the fish we catch. We have trap permits, we have lobster permits, so we bring all that stuff besides lobster. As far as the commercial side, as far as sport fishing goes, In 2020, there's 1.96 million permits between saltwater and freshwater. 2021, 1.84 million permits spot freshwater, saltwater. 22, 1.54. So there's more interactions with sport guys now. Coming in as 2019, this is off their website, hook and line halibut, 261,000 pounds. Trawl landings, 276,000 pounds in 2019. Gill net, 178,000 pounds in 2019. But somehow it always comes back to the commercial gill netters being the issue. Recreational fishing, approximately 668,000 pounds they caught in 2019 alone. So when you drop the hook in the water, what are you targeting? I didn't know there was a special hook to target halibut. So they're pretty much bringing up whatever they want to. Is that considered all bycatch? So we're at about 10% or whatever you guys are saying, 50% RI that you can catch. And these sport guys are just dropping a hook down to try and catch them. So if you want to go apples and oranges, there's always the other side around it. There's only 20 of us. There's millions of sport fishermen guys. And yet we get picked on. There's 34 permits. If you want to get rid of, if you say there's 19 active, then get rid of those other 14, bring it down to 20. And either just let us keep on fishing, because I don't see that being a state problem. It's more of an agenda now that's being pushed by environmental groups. That's what I feel, because we're not breaking any laws. We're protected by the U.S. fisheries are protected and classified under the Marine Mammal Protection Act due to the level of interactions. I can't remember. That result in incidental mentality or injury, death or injury of marine mammal. So we're pretty much protected on that end of it. So now it just comes down to we're not breaking any laws. We're following all the legal side of it. 8.5 mesh, sea bass nets. We sell everything. And now these environmental groups just want to kind of. It's always happens in California, but it's more of an environmental side, but kind of close our side down. So it's just. I asked the biologist when they called us to talk about this meeting and kind of take the notes down, and they asked, like, how do you feel about it? And I said, well, what's the lowest? What do you consider bycatch? And he said, pretty much nothing. So he goes, unless you guys come to 0%, then your industry is pretty much over. So to hear that from his side, it's like, why even be? I was telling my dad, why even come here? It's disheartening to come and listen to people talk. You know, I respect everyone here. You guys, everyone has a job to do. This is our livelihood. We appreciate waking up every morning, providing for our families and our friends, and just providing to the public. And then just to sit here and just hear all this, here it is, and then you're really thinking about it, looking at my wife saying, man, I wonder what I did when they closed the letting down. Like, so I have to sell my brand new boat and then just kind of figure out what I do from there. So I think if we could kind of get together, like we were saying, maybe have some kind of meeting where we could kind of sit down with all the groups, decide, okay, well, maybe we should do this, so it doesn't impact this as much and stuff like that. Instead of just a biologist coming, and we want to do like the main people where it's not the third, fourth party person we're talking to. And then in the end, I guess instead of closing the areas, just let us keep on fishing, or if the environmental groups want to just buy us out, that's fine too. And then everything will just be imported. And yeah, it's just fish won't be as fresh. I guess the sport guys will be loving it. They'll just be out there catching everything. But yeah, I'm done. Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Do we have some people online who are just waiting to talk? Yeah. Let's go to the people online with next. David, go ahead, Dad.
I've seen that Chris Voss is joined by phone. Chris, go ahead and unmute yourself, and we'll try your phone call. Chris, you may need to press *6 to unmute. I see your phone number ending in 353 here. *6 will unmute you, and you can go ahead. Okay. While we wait for Chris's phone call, let's go ahead and call on Kim Selko. Kim, go ahead, please. You may need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I wanted to say I really appreciate what the fisherman who spoke before me just said. It's a really important fishery. In terms of the defining bycatch and thinking that there's this ideal of having a zero bycatch fishery and that it's dirty if it's not is just, I think, this simplistic view that's not getting us anywhere. Having a multi-species fisheries as a fish buyer on the docks is so fantastic for a community supported fishery to be able to get small amounts of angel shark and
Kim, I think we lost you.
are expanding. So it really does enrich the local engagement with our fisheries, which is so important to this whole context here, what the public is getting out of its fisheries. I also want to say that in terms of the bycatch and whether these impacts to sensitive species are critical, we've got this very subjective measure of moderate or low sustainability. I'd really like to see that replaced with something measurable and repeatable, like whether the population is increasing or decreasing, because making this judgment call that someone else might make differently is really not science. And as a previous speaker said, this is an institution that prides itself on being scientific. And so I would really urge you to replace these kind of broad brush categories that have very subjective definitions with just a small number of quantitative measures that you can actually stand behind. And the other issue that hasn't come up in talking about the impact to bycatch species is the number of permits out there, which the fisherman before me spoke about. Controlling the number of permits is another tool you have as managers. You don't have to necessarily try to eliminate bycatch. You can just look at the relationship between the level of catch, the bycatch volumes, and the number of permits issued, and control the fishery that way. Right now, it's really not an issue. In the future, if there were to be a tripling of the number of permits being fished, it might be more of an issue. But I think that, again, the laser focus on this fishery, just because it has the word gillnet in it, is kind of doing a disservice to all the other issues that we could be working on. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks for Kevin, the well taken as well. And Nick, also thanks for your points as well. I also well taken. Do hope that we can all actually, be in a less formal forum and chat about this. But if these are, I think we'll be hashing a lot of review. So hopefully we actually don't turn soon. On this note, though, of where we're at, the sea land point you are all raising to a different point, a bit of the lot, some of the great white shark stuff. I understand there is gray areas there where you may disagree. I do understand what you're all coming from as well. And just so everyone knows, in the fact sheets, I mean, I can't speak for assessors or other organizations, but we're not asking for zero bycatch. We understand it's really well like this can happen. I think our concern is really at this point, but the high bycatch rates relative to the national average. And if we get closer to the national average, that'd be fantastic. And I'm hearing a lot of these points, and there's like 4 points I feel that are coming up that I think we are all actually in agreement on. And maybe would love to ask you all what you all think about maybe suggesting for a preliminary alternative in going into July. The points that, according to Kirsten's presentation and things that I feel like haven't been relitigated in this conversation. Ones I jotted down, it seems that take of ESA listed species without an incidental permit can humpback whales are a big concern. I think that's something that we can probably say that should be deemed as an option for management, or that scary word unacceptable. That presentation too, which we do agree, the only thing we would agree on, disagree should be high, not moderate, is the discard mortality of these level ranks. So that was top of Kirsten's list, the department's list. We agree that's topic for management. I think we all agree the discard mortality of undersized or damaged halibut for management. And I think the risk associated with this massive discard. The sea lion thing we could drop for now, great one. We could drop for now, but I think those 4 points are a pretty fair compromise and something that hasn't been disputed yet in the next few years. We may disagree with the degrees of those 4 points. I think these are 4 points that provide a roadmap for management. There are all management opportunities on those 4 points that doesn't necessarily involve closing down the fishery nor a zero bycatch rate. And I feel like it's a very pragmatic, science-based solution to this problem that can drive this conversation to the conversation, which is what does management look like, which sure will take some time. Conversation.
David, let's try one more time for Chris, if we can, for the discussion.
Chris, if you've called in by phone, you may want to try using *6 to unmute yourself on the phone line. Or I see your video. If your computer has hooked into the audio, go ahead and give that a try. I can see you trying, Chris, but it's just not coming through. And I see where you are unmuted, or you're muted now, but you were unmuted and I still was not able to hear you.
Yeah, and the other option, Chris, I think you should have just received a text message to call me on my cell phone. That's correct. Okay. Go ahead and see.
And common area system loss over time. And there's a considerable area loss with respect to several acceptable in terms of bycatch. But this one, ecological effects and sustainability. But in context, in relationship to what's happening, its activity level and its space. It's conservation aspects of the significant area that's close to fishing. When the Fish and Game Commission approach to the same thing, area is of conservation and just that, and that should be included in the decision making system. For example, risk is acceptable or unacceptable. And I
Thanks. Wait a minute.
Thanks. I just want to be responsive to one thing that Chris pointed out, and that is related to marine protected areas as a precautionary approach. The commission has adopted at least one fishery management plan that recognized, accounted for marine protected areas as providing protection for that particular species. And so I just wanted to note that those are interesting perspectives to think about the history of conservation measures to see if, and just wanted to make sure that the data that we're using is based on, it looks like all of our information is since the closure of the 3 miles. So I just want to make sure that we have that, and so that's good to confirm. But the area of questions is for consider.
Special meeting to start the discussions with Commissioner Murray. One is that, thank you, Chris, for that perspective. It is relevant. And I think it has to be taken in that context. It is also a principle of the Fish and Game Code that waste is not acceptable. So that inherently is guiding part of it. So even if it's a smaller area, that we still have to address that. But I want fishers here to know that the job of the commission is to balance all of this. I don't think this commission intent, as it stands, I can only speak for myself, but my observation of the commission as a whole is we don't make fishery. We want to make it, help make it better under the guidelines and the principles that the fishing game could direct us to follow. And that's what we're doing here. There will be disagreements, and perspectives are different, and goals are different. But the goal of the commission is to solve this in a way that it works best. And that's what we try to do. It's not easy, and we are science driven, but and I say this all the time, that we don't always have complete information. We can't always get complete information. So we're always going to be making some judgment calls based on what we can actually measure, able to measure, have measured. And then philosophy does enter into this. The idea of not wasting living creatures is a philosophical, not a scientific concept. And that's why we have a commission. That's why it's not just one person. So it's not one person kind of dictating their judgment. And it's the way the best, I think there's that whole line about democracy is the worst form of government except every other one. It is imperfect, and this process is imperfect. But the goal is to get to the best result through this process of dialogue, incorporating science, and making these judgments. So I just think it's worth regularly restating that that's real. Commissioner,
All right, so, well, first I just want to say that I think already this inquiry has been extraordinarily productive. It's elucidated some data gaps and gave us a space to cut through some of the hyperbole on both sides and really dig into the data in a meaningful way and try to figure out what's reality. And also we got to learn even more about the nuts and bolts of this fishery, which I think is really useful. I love that you brought in the nuts, so thanks for doing that. I actually do want to say, just on the record, I think shifting baselines is real. I think an upward trend from very, very low numbers isn't always enough to indicate sustainability trends, but it is at the same time reassuring to see that populations for things like white sharks and sea lions are growing, while we also have this fishery fishing. I think in some of the materials I've seen, there was some information about California's fisheries, and I just want to say again on the record that I think California has some of the most well-managed fisheries in the whole world. And I think we owe it to ourselves to continue to manage these fisheries and to get it right, to show that we can be the model for other places in the world in a holistic ecosystem-based way. So I don't want us, if we can help it, to buy out this fishery, for you to hang up your gear, and for us to double down on importing from Mexico, which, as we've discussed, may actually be responsible for some of the whale entanglements that are unattributed. So I think we owe it to ourselves to try to get it right. On the legality, you know, Pacific angel sharks, smoothhound, California skate, bat ray, giant sea bass, white sharks, they're all legal to take incidental to this fishery. There's some disagreement, I think, still on what the risk is to the sustainability of those species and of the fisheries themselves. And I think, you know, Kim Salko's point about the fact that there is some subjectivity inherent to this inquiry is, you know, that's true. We know we don't need to make a determination on acceptability to actually create regs or do things like gear marking, move forward with enhanced gear marking requirements. We can, for the Fish and Game Commission, we can make regulations. We don't need this word if we don't need this word. So for me, what I would like to see moving forward is I'd like to learn about a path for gear marking to distinguish between Mexico and California on this fishery. So what would that look like? What would that take? That seems like really low-hanging fruit that is mutually beneficial for all sides, for us, for the department, the fishery, for the NGO community. To Eric's or to Co-Chair Spar's point about a list of incidentally caught species that are marketed, I would love to see that full list of species that are caught incidental to this fishery, as well as if we can, I'd love to know the percentage to the extent that we can. I heard Nick say that they market 90, I don't know if it was 99 or 90 something percent of the fish that they catch. That feels like a really different number from what the NGO letter says. So I don't know if I'd love to see a full list of this species that are caught incidentally to this fishery that are marketed. And then what percentage of the species caught are sold, right? And I don't know if that's possible to get, but that's a place where I think we're really far apart. So I'd love to know more about that. That's sort of all I have for now. I mean, I think the undersized halibut issue, you know, I think until everybody has a chance to sort of digest all the information, since some of it just came out today, I think it's a little premature to move forward on in earnest discussions about path forward on undersized halibut or time area closures. But it's possible those are conversations we might have in the future once we digest this information and again get a more comprehensive list of the species caught and what percentage of those species are marketed by this fishery.
Adding specifically to your just this comment now, I'd like to. Susan's actually working on that this right now. She's checking the list of species that are marketable. I'd like to know the percentage interesting, but also, you know, relative pounds and numbers of fish. I think each of those tells us a little something different. So the more information like that we can have on each of those kind of different metrics, I think would be really helpful for us to understand that part of this fishery, because I think there's a big gap there. You know, I'd still like to see if we can, you know, like possibly get to, you know, some sort of decision past the commission by July, but I agree that there's a lot of this information is now just come out. I would encourage the stakeholders here to have discussions with the department, the commission staff, and facilitate that in the coming weeks, prepare for that next meeting about specific issues about how we define some of these numbers, some discussion around, you know, the marketable fish that's bycatch versus non-marketable is, I think that's really fundamental here what we're discussing. And to start listing some management changes we can make, again, not about acceptable, unacceptable, things we can do to just make it a better fishery, fishery that we can better measure, because that's obviously what we all want to do, is try to do it based on that really accurate information. So coming back to those kind of those things, and then, you know, to the best extent possible, have a discussion around what is acceptable and what is unacceptable. You're not going to agree upon it, but if you can narrow the gap back in July, very helpful. I always prefer stakeholders together work on these solutions before we have to kind of, you know, finally decide where to draw the line.
Yeah, I was just, so that all makes sense to me. On the, you know, ideas for management changes, I think we would have to know why
why we would want to make management changes and for what species that we're talking about in terms of bycatch. And I think before we can get there, we probably need to have, I think we need more information, because when I look at the NGO letter and I look at the department's grid here, this table, yeah, I mean, there's the sublegal sublegal California halibut, maybe the sea lion, but I guess I'm just saying, if we're, management measures for what is what we would need to decide before we can really move forward on that.
Other than the marking, which we see a specific type,
Absolutely.
nexus on. But I agree with you, that was today with this as a direct clear nexus to something we're discussing. So I agree with that. I guess I want to say one more thing philosophically, because it's both philosophical and factual. Humanity's going to need a lot more protein for the sea, not less. And so when there's some fear among people who fish for a living that this commission somehow wants to end, some types of commercial fishing, I just think that's not true for me as a commissioner. But in order for it to be a bigger source of protein for humanity, we've got to protect it even more. I mean, I don't think those are mutually exclusive. I think that's what the whole conservation movement is part of the whole conservation movement. And I always put in that somebody really is conservationist for hunters, particularly waterfowl hunters. So that well, some people view this as a zero sum item. I think we're trying to find the best solution that allows us to have the sea provide as much as it can while being sustainable for future generations. Any other questions or comments before we move on? Great.
Thank you for the great discussion, for all the participation, and all that's gone into this, from staff on my team to everyone here. It's been really enlightening. So just to summarize take-home messages, it sounds like earmarking, or referred to as low-hanging fruit, I think we would agree with that in concept, although what that actually looks like for gillnet is to be determined. So we want to work with the fleet, work with our federal partners to determine what's been done elsewhere and see what we can actually do in terms of consistent marking, where, as you know, we are deeply involved in that with our Dungeness crab fishery. We've got some good protocols in place for that, and how that can be applied to other fixed gear fisheries. Gillnet, a whole separate gear type, all different types of how the animals are entangled and where you want to mark that gear and what it looks like. But we can certainly dig into that. Getting better information on the list of bycatch species that are retained, and some of that is in the bycatch evaluation report, but we will pull that out. Make sure you get that. Thank you for the point, Commissioner Sklar, on we probably need to do it both ways by number and by weights, so we can actually make sure we're comparing apples to apples, oranges to oranges. And then the other piece that I put on the table, which is something we're doing across all of our fisheries, is better data. So we're looking to improve our at-sea data reporting requirements through transitioning to electronic logs. So that's something we'll be looking at anyway, and it certainly factors into this discussion, so we can get better data looking at what are the other species that are retained, what are discard rates, what's the disposition of those species. That's going to take time, but it's something that we are working on as well.
One more quick comment, because we're going to move on to the next one.
This size group right here, before you guys stand up, that's how much area the gillnets have to fish in California. That's how small the area is. You don't realize that. And why not? Being a commercial fisherman, if anybody wants to protect a resource, it's us. We fish for tomorrow. We don't want to endanger any species. And if there was a danger, believe it or not, we would stop fishing ourselves.
There's a hierarchy on both sides.
As far as the markings go, there's each flag has a number on it.
Can you speak loudly toward this microphone? You're not going to use that one. Just use your outside voice.
No, you want to.
So as far as the marking goes, we have a flag, piece of flag or a big buoy. We have our ID number on there, our commercial license number. On each net, each piece has to have our personal fishing game number on each little cord for each net. So if it ever gets caught, they know, like my dad was saying earlier. And as far as the great whites go, we bring them in to tag and release. We're part of the tag and release program for Palm Beach. So we'll bring them in, they'll tag them, and then we release them out 2 miles offshore, and that's how they track it for research and everything.
Terrific, thank you. So I want to reiterate that. I want to thank the staff, both the department and the commission, and all the stakeholders who work smart. This is a tremendous work product to begin with. We've got some refining to do, but it's again, I think back to when we first started talking about bycatch, I started a big long conversation a bunch of years ago. Greg, the discussion started there. We really made a lot of progress. I feel like it feels like we're getting close, and I appreciate all the work that's coming into this from everybody. With that, let's take a 10-minute break and we'll come back with item number 3, aquaculture. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
You start.
Try safe.
Look at you. Okay, we're looking back at item number 2, which is aquaculture leasing in California. You want to pick us out on aquaculture?
Sure. Nice.
And if anybody in the audience is interested, we have a couple more seats open now at the table.
Okay. Thank you for your patience. You guys. We are now on the topic of aquaculture, and the scheduled item is to receive and discuss proposed public interest criteria for new lease applications for aquaculture purposes and have public input and develop a potential MRC recommendation. This process has been underway since the commission gave direction based on MRC recommendation in April 2020. So it's about almost 2 years since the recommendation occurred, although the work in earnest began a little bit later in 2021. By 2022, of June of 22, the department released a document that outlined initial draft public interest criteria. So that was presented at the July MRC meeting. The commission and the department together held a public webinar and a workshop to discuss those criteria, and held several conversations with agency partners, industry members, and environmental non-governmental organizations. So at the committee's last meeting in November, the department presented a second draft criteria, a revised version, and the amount of input received at that meeting and for that meeting was really substantial. And I just want to recognize the amount of time, reflection, thought, and detailed input that has been received by the committee and the commission by a broad array of individuals. So I want to acknowledge that investment of time. And so at that time, the MRC in November, there was acknowledgement that criteria seemed to be fairly close, and so asked staff to collectively commission and department staff to revise those criteria and bring back the final recommendation. But before wrapping those up, to further engage with governmental agencies, with other stakeholders and environmental NGOs, and bring that final proposal. So the report that is in the meeting materials, it does not include exhibits that include a final set of criteria. I'm sure that folks have noticed that, and I just want to thank apologize and thank our stakeholders for waiting so long. We got the materials out on Sunday. And part of the reason for that was really wrestling with how to proceed in a way that that best equips and sets up the commission for an effective process that is, it's clear, it's transparent, it's there's engagement across the spectrum, and that criteria can be durable. So can they legally durable throughout? So there were 3 separate meetings that a couple of individuals called mini workshops. One with the industry members, one with a range of governmental agencies of jurisdiction, and environmental NGO representatives to confer and clarify what they shared in their input. But through those conversations and additional written comments and criteria development, it became clear that there was not necessarily concurrence on when or how to use the criteria. More than the criteria themselves is based on how they're written. When is it suitable to for the commission to make a determination such as public interest that would make a decision to move forward for further consideration or not move forward a proposed lease. And so this has been the procedural concerns that were raised led the commission and department staff to take a step back, try to wrap our head around what the concerns were, and to try and find a way forward to bring options to you that account for those concerns. And we needed that guidance. We concluded we needed that guidance before we could effectively bring forward the final criteria, because the criteria and the timing of applying those criteria are linked. The front part of the introduction to those criteria lay the structure and the foundation for how they're going to be used. And we wanted to ensure that what we brought forward was not inconsistent with that information or what the committee decided to go forward with. And I just want to acknowledge and in some ways apologize that we haven't been able to put forward a third version. But what I do want to say is that staff has scoured the input, the comment letters, and line by line made changes. Some significant changes, such as a clear restriction that no finfish aquaculture. That's a constraint. That's a requirement that it cannot include that unless and until certain conditions are met in the code, which are big asks. So we have emphasized some aspects that have been requested. Some of the other comments were more about the process relative to process, questions about whether this should go through a rulemaking, if it was going to precede CEQA, whether it should be partnered with CEQA. So the staff report does have some conclusions, and I think it's I want to make sure that we clarify this, that from the onset, the commission has or I should say in the commission's most recent considerations of new lease applications. The 3 that we received since at least 30 years ago. The commission made was positioned to make a determination about public interest prior to advancing the application to seek wide review. But that's an option for the commission, it's not a requirement. The fishing game code is not specific about the timing of the decision for when a lease is in the public interest, only that it must precede lease approval. And the code doesn't specify the process steps or the timing relative to CEQA mandate. So it's the discretion of the commission what is going to be the most effective way that you want to consider new application. So part of the way that the criteria, so there are various concerns that I want to, that are characterized in the staff report. And we do believe that there's some ways through, whether the timing is at the beginning, the end, or a combination. We just walked through an experience with halibut that laid out a more framework strategy rather than a series of, what was it, a lot of inquiries that were defined as individual criteria. They cluster together under certain sets that are really kind of the high level criteria similar to what's in the bycatch. We're grouping it. I've already explored how that would look, that aligns with the intent of those standards that were established as a way to inform a commission consideration on each individual project. So there's that, and we still have some homework to do with that because of this large exploration about processing questions that are moving forward. There are two, we thought about what are the goals of the commission, and 2 aspects that we have heard clearly is transparency is really important and can be enhanced in many ways. And the second is the governance aspect. We're talking about effective governance across aquaculture program. This is a statewide conversation that is happening with an aquaculture leadership team, the development under Ocean Protection Council's leadership of a aquaculture action plan, for which these leadership aquaculture, agencies of jurisdiction are all gathering together and taking sincere time to think this through. The commission plays a critical role in this process. However, in digging more into it, already under the aquaculture coordinator, there's a process that is set up that can be built upon to bring together the agencies of jurisdiction that play a role in permitting after the lease is approved, if a lease is approved. They also set standards, they set sideboards and constraints on what can and can't be done, what can and can't be grown, etc., monitoring, etc. So, because there is an option for discretionary pre-application consultation, there's an opportunity to, in many ways, use these criteria along with the standards that each permitting agency has to front load before the application ever comes to the commission. And the commission, as part of your criteria, can set the standard that you have an expectation that an applicant will have gone through that process. We think because of the enhanced coordination that is happening amongst the different agencies, that there's going to be more purchase, more willingness to invest in that kind of process. There's aquaculture development committee, that's established in statute. So there are some structures in place that could be leveraged. And we have also seen that the most effective way to have that happen is to have them in the same room with the applicant. So they hear firsthand, if you bring forward an application that has A, B, or C, you're probably not going to make it through our committee. So that it helps that applicant to decide if they're even going to put forward an application, and if so, what work they need to do thoughtfully on siting and its use before coming to the commission. That's, and they can also participate throughout. That's governance. So that's something that we want to flag is we think is part of this whole program. It's not just the criteria by themselves, but how it fits together in this process of good governance. And stewardship of, you know, of allowing the privilege of a new aquaculture lease in the state waters of California. The other piece is the transparency. Right now, you know, the commission has generally, we've just in these most recent applications kept at the commission level. Staff recommends that how valuable this has been to have the conversation here, and that can happen on a project-by-project basis. We envision that a process where it could become a standard for the commission to refer an application to the MRC and also to the tribal committee to bring forward considerations and have public dialogue and engagement throughout that process. So there's not a little linear, you know, model in your document, although we have some various drafts ourselves that are just things of art, but probably not ready for, you know, we're looking for your feedback. So in conclusion, from my standpoint, I do want to note that there are additional thoughtful comments in your binder, but we do have quite the breadth of input, and I just, you know, to avoid fatigue on the part of all of our partners, that, you know, I think we have a lot to work from and to shape those criteria into more of an informational evaluation framework, so that you have, you know, can reflect on it in a meaningful way. We are asking for guidance on process, about whether you do want us to move forward with process options that diverge from what you already designed, which is up front at the beginning, prior to CEQA. If that's the path you want to keep going, we can talk about how to make that happen. If you're open to the possibility that some of those environmental criteria, if you look at them up front, there may not be answers until more in-depth study and analysis is done. Would that be informed through the environmental review document, serve almost as a pre-scoping for that process? I've just said a lot, and I appreciate the opportunity actually to publicly have this conversation, recognizing it's different from what was expected, but our hope is in the long run to have this be a much more effective aquaculture program. And for the first time, I really think it's going to shape up to be that way. And everybody's reflections have contributed to that. And not that we're there yet, but that I really do see that we are on our way. So the Randy Level did want to give a couple of points in his reflections, and then be able to open it up to your questions, conversation, etc. at your pleasure.
Thanks, Susan. Excellent start to a great recap of this process, and commissioners and everyone else listening. I really appreciate your patience and contributions through all of this. If you can indulge me, I want to go back to the beginning just briefly to put some things in context that might help bolster some of what Susan's mentioned here. The core of this exercise is really a code section that relates to leasing. If the commission finds that the area applied for is available for lease, and that the lease would be in the public interest, it will publish a notice, blah, 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 blah. Right? So finding a lease to be available is a fairly easy exercise. But making the jump from available to being in the public interest infers suitability, that location of that proposal is suitable for approval. That's a rather big leap. I think that one of the things that we have had the epiphany about is there was a premise or an assumption that the public interest determination needed to happen at the beginning because of certain procedural things that the code dictated that we do after that. But that's not the case. And I'm here to admit that I was wrong in framing the public interest determination as a beginning step in the leasing process ever since I've taken this job. We've realized that the sequencing of this public interest determination, and as was pointed out by stakeholders in our meetings where we brought this forward, came to a head in October of 2019, where the commission was asked to make this public interest determination for a new lease application. And stakeholders stood up and said, how can you make this public determination without having the benefit of more in-depth, more comprehensive assessment of factors that might include benefits from a socioeconomic standpoint? It might involve impacts to the environment, it might involve tribal concerns. And so all of those things really have been helpful in sort of recalibrating this whole public interest decision. And the proposal that we're putting forward is not a concrete one, as Susan said, but it's a proposal on how you might rethink this decision to be made. I also want to point out that the benefit of putting this public interest determination not at the beginning but at that culmination, it makes for a more transparent, broader consideration. So looking at the draft criteria, and I realize in hindsight we probably should have put an exhibit on the board so people could actually see the drafted criteria that we shared in November. That criteria really hasn't changed. What we're suggesting is that it's implemented at various points along the way in the process. There are, within those criteria, requirements. We put into a group constraints that are tied to regulatory and statutory constraints on where a lease can be placed or located. Those requirements or constraints actually help us as staff guide an applicant in the early steps of the process. Proposals that don't comply with those requirements don't see the light of day in front of you all. We help guide that applicant so that they know what the rules are and don't put forth ill-advised projects. The considerations criteria that have been drawn up are not really a black and white consideration. And so we can use the considerations criteria to help guide the applicant in the early process. And we can, as Susan mentioned, employ or the commission may choose to employ the MRC to use as a chance to highlight and solicit concern from stakeholders in the public and other agencies. But most importantly, the CEQA process begins with an initial study. Initial study characterizes the project's operation, characterizes its location, kinds of activities it's going to do, and it's part of a well-vetted tested process that is CEQA. So the considerations criteria that are in the draft 2 list, many of them will come up in CEQA. The challenge is having trust in the process. CEQA is very reliant on the public to bring forward those things. It's very reliant on the lead agency and the responsible agencies to bring those ideas forward and articulate what those things are that ought to be analyzed in the CEQA document. Every project is unique, so there's a slightly different selection of particular criteria that would apply. That's one of the problems administratively with setting a discrete list that has 6 or 8 or 10 things on it, and every one must be complied with. They don't necessarily apply to every project. So we feel that this list of considerations criteria would actually meld into the CEQA process through.
In a way, I'd rather go.
What is in essence a scoping exercise, so we can ensure that the CEQA exercise is complete and adequate. Finally, beg your pardon here. I just want to say in summation that I think that this approach where the public interest decision is made at the culmination actually provides a lot more transparency to the public and to the stakeholders, and will wind up in better governance, more certainty in the process, and it gives you more to work with as you make that public interest decision. I hope I didn't lose too many people in that direction.
Thank you both. Commissioner Murray, do you have any questions or comments before we go to real story?
Thank you for that, Susan and Randy. I guess I'll just go back to some of the stuff that our marine advisor, Susan Ashcraft, teed up in the beginning, which is, and going back to the staff report. I mean, I really, so just to step back for a second, I feel like we have gotten a little wrapped around the old axle, and I think, and I understand, right? Like, but it's in an effort to get it exactly right and perfect and make sure everything is in there. It kind of spiraled away from the original intent, which was to just, to give us something to make, and by which we can make a public interest determination versus the nothing that we have right now. Because again, Randy read the mandate that we say, is it unencumbered, and then is it in the public interest? And again, and I know I've said this a lot, but Public Resources Code 826 says the legislature finds and declares it's in the interest of the people of the state that the practice of aquaculture be encouraged. And then Fish and Game Code section 1700 lists commercial aquaculture development as an encouraged objective. And that is all we have right now when we're thinking about, is this in the public interest or not, other than is the land available and uncovered. So, what I was hoping for is we could just have some information or some evaluation guidance or policy so that we can answer that question without it just being a foregone conclusion and the answer every time is going to be yes. Because it was feeling a little bit like a circular question. I like in the staff report, numbers 3 and 4 that we recharacterize as public interest evaluation. I understand that we want to make sure that it's really clear we're not proposing any underground regulations or anything like that, right? They are just guidelines to help inform our determination, not defined criteria standards that we have to adhere to. I do think of it is not dissimilar from this bycatch acceptability inquiry criteria that we just did, right? It guides the conversation. It gives us some policy evaluation guidance to look at while not committing us or committing the lease proposers to a specific outcome down the line. And, you know, as we saw, there is some level of interpretation that goes into that. It's not 100% objective, but I think we really can't go to a list of, 26 things that we need data on, that we need, that eventually ends up looking a lot like a CEQA analysis. We just can't require that before CEQA. At the same time, I think we still want to make this public interest determination or public interest evaluation. I agree with reframing it that way before a project proponent commits, hundreds of thousands of dollars, $500,000 to going through the CEQA process. If we see something that we know is a non-starter and we can say, hey, lease applicant, fledgling lease applicant, why don't you go back and tweak this or change this? And if that's not possible, you should know this is probably going to be a non-starter for us. I think we owe it to them, right? So I think there is a pathway for an initial public interest evaluation and a final determination post CEQA once we have all that really nice detailed information that we all want. I like the idea of having the pre and the post. I really like what Susan said too about when there's a new lease application, automatically recommended go to the MRC as a standard practice. I think that makes a lot of sense because we know that this is the place for having these really robust conversations. So that's kind of where I'm at, just to spoiler cut to the chase. I think what's been proposed in this staff report makes a ton of sense. I think it allows us to do the pre, which is useful for us and for project proponents, as well as the nitty-gritty, detailed, data-driven post-CEQA determination as well. And I think it makes it really clear that we're not calling for any underground regulations.
Terrific. I just want to say I agree almost entirely. I would say that on the timing of CEQA that it really should be simultaneous, so the decision is made at the same time. But in fact, maybe the decisions may be right after each other. The actual processing, but the pre evaluation is invaluable, I think, to everybody, but particularly to the applicant. It's only fair to the applicant. It's done in a lot of other contexts. There's often pre-development meetings for planning commission processes. They work very well. They work best when there's a checklist of things that the applicant needs to provide so that the discussion can be fruitful. And it's also clear that the criteria are, even if they're not absolute, so that the applicant. So again, I support this fully. And look forward to hearing from everybody who's here wants to talk about it. So first of all, is everybody in the room would like to comment first?
Thank you. Is that enough? Okay, I'm a middle child, so my outside voice is most people's inside voice. Good morning, chairs, and committee members, and everyone else who's here joining today. My name is Margaret Calaro, and I am program manager at the Port of San Diego's Aquaculture and Technology program. Thank you for continuing to engage the port and others in this effort. We appreciate the staff's update and continued work regarding the draft public interest criteria. However, we only received the update 36 hours ago, and it hasn't given us much time for a thorough review and consideration. Based on our initial review, the staff report lacks sufficient detail in key areas. We have a number of questions that we hope can be addressed in the next version of the evaluation framework that staff proposes to bring back to the July meeting of the MRC. We agree that what we have seen to date is not quite right. We have more detail. When will more details be provided regarding the public interest evaluation criteria, and how will this be revealed? Will there be opportunities to engage in prior to the next meeting, perhaps through workshops or other avenues. As we've communicated before, the port feels strongly that this process should be motivated by three primary considerations. One, to provide clarity for applicants, the public, and other stakeholders regarding the Commission's aquaculture leasing process. The evaluation process as it is now is still unclear. It does not allow an applicant to know what they're being asked to do, and there's an abundant ambiguity on when the decisions would need to be made and what they're based on. And that these decisions may be predetermination. Two, coordinate with other existing regulatory framework and CEQA to avoid duplication and unnecessary confusion. And three, to inform applicants of regulatory constraints already present in the Fish and Game Code, where the Commission does not have legal authority to authorize a lease inconsistent with those constraints. The most significant suite of questions relate to how the proposed process would work in practice. Specifically, what is the process for pre-CEQA initial determination described in staff finding number 4? How are the environmental and cultural factors different from the CEQA and tribal consultation processes that happen during current permitting and leasing processes? CEQA already includes a scoping process and circulation of an initial study where the applicant, general public, stakeholders, and responsible agencies have an opportunity to comment on the environmental, species, and habitat issues that should be considered in the CEQA environmental review. Is the evaluation to determine which issues would need more in-depth investigation different than that process? Who and how will the determination be made as to whether or not to proceed with CEQA and a lease application? Who and how will the determination be made as to which issues require more in-depth review? Given that this process already exists under CEQA, why would the Commission need additional guidelines or process? CEQA's main goal is to provide a framework to inform the Commission, the public, and the applicant about environmental impacts associated with the project. Prior to starting that process, what information would be used to make that initial determination? Regarding the term inquiry-based evaluation framework, is staff recommending modifying the CEQA checklist or guidelines? If so, would the Commission vet those guidelines with the Office of Planning and Research? If the Commission is planning to add additional criteria or weigh certain environmental issues differently under CEQA, doesn't that need to go through a full rulemaking process compliant with the Administrative Procedures Act? Will criteria be periodically revised or reevaluated once we gain new scientific data as more projects become operational? The proposed process does not seem to be balanced. For example, there are certain undefined factors where Commission staff could tell an applicant not to proceed with the project because it will be rejected. But there's no similar factors such as compliance with BMPs that could result in an approval. If the Commission can be pre-decisional in applying and approving a project, how can it be pre-decisional in denying it? The staff report states that there's no concurrence or shared understanding on when and how to use the public interest criteria within the overall leasing process. Who are those that don't agree? Isn't it a primary legal question as to how the Commission can evaluate the criteria in coordination with other existing laws? Finally, is there a substance difference between calling a public interest evaluation and a public interest determination? The Port believes aquaculture is a public trust compliant and compatible use. If it is a question of balancing one public use with others, it should be evaluated holistically with all facts, including facts and findings that are derived as part of the CEQA process, and each project should have the opportunity to be reviewed on its own merits. Hopefully the next version of the public interest framework not only answers our long list of questions, but also furthers the goals previously mentioned. Thank you very much for all your time.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Please.
No, I was like, this is also sufficient. I can't want to be a middle child. Well, so my name is Caitlin with Oceana. I forgot to say that last time we spoke. I think we largely agree with
Commissioners Murray and Sklar on this issue. Our view is that the criteria and important evaluation, if that's what we're calling it now, provide transparency to lease applicants and stakeholders about what is expected and highlight the key considerations that should be addressed to ensure sustainability and prevent harmful ecological impacts. We do really see value in this criteria or public interest evaluation continuing to be a pre-screening tool. And it helps, it's really leasing friendly or lease friendly, and friendly as well, because it helps prevent leasing valuable time, resources by screening out clearly harmful proposals that are not in the public interest and are using public resources. Based on the last draft, we felt like we were fairly close. We submitted comments to the department informally a couple weeks ago, and it's in the briefing materials and with a few final revisions. We're feeling like the MRC is really close to having stakeholder support of the evaluation. We would like to continue to see the marine finfish aquaculture excluded at this time. We'd also like to see strengthening protections for eelgrass habitat and preventing wildlife entanglements in the evaluation. We also would recommend that the criteria evaluate consistency with the OBC's upcoming aquaculture action plan, which I know was mentioned as well. So we do appreciate that. We note that agency staff have raised potential concerns regarding the interaction with CEQA and the role of other agencies in evaluating these lease applications. And we're confident that staff, such as Randy and Susan Schrachter, able to find ways to amend the preamble language to address these concerns. So we're looking forward to having this off the agenda and hopefully finalizing these things soon. And yeah, that's it. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Kayla. And anybody else in the room? Seeing no one, David, can we go to anybody on Zoom?
Yes, we have two speakers on Zoom. We have Ashley Eagle Gibbs, followed by Kim Thompson.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Good morning, President Sklar and Commissioner Murray. My name is Ashley Eagle Gibbs, and I'm the Legal and Policy Director with the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin, where our mission is to protect and sustain the unique lands, waters, and biodiversity of West Marin. I'm speaking here today on behalf of our 1,200 supporters, as well as on behalf of Heal the Bay, who could not make it today due to a conflicting meeting. First, I did want to say congratulations to President Sklar on your reappointment, and that we also largely agree with what Commissioners Murray and Sklar have already said, and agree that we're really close to finalizing these criteria. We really hope we can get over the finish line. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item, and thank you to staff for the summary of comments and the presentation by Ms. Ashcraft specifically. Along with our NGO partners, we submitted informal comments last month, as Caitlin mentioned, and also joint written comments on March 9th, including supplemental red line language. I would like to just highlight a few key points today. So with a few key changes, we support the finalization of the criteria content into a third draft as soon as possible based on public input. Highlighting a few key points from our red line, we feel that the addition of language to prevent wildlife entanglements, to protect eelgrass habitat, and not proposing the use of feeds be added, as well as adding some consideration language to coordinate with the Aquaculture Action Plan. Thank you for the mention of this. And then removing the language that one specific consideration cannot by itself force a specific decision. Thank you, Ms. Ashcraft, for mentioning that it sounds like the change to exclude marine finfish has already been at least mocked up in a draft, I guess. So as our overall overarching goal, we emphasize the need for robust criteria that can serve as a pre-screening tool, pre-CEQA, to ensure that new projects are appropriately cited, aiding in efficiency and cost savings for both the department and the applicant. I think that, of course, there's also the CEQA process, and, additional analysis can take place later, but at least to have some sort of preliminary analysis, I think that's very valuable. The criteria determination has been made early in the process, consistently in the past, as Mr. Lovell mentioned. Due to the need for clear public interest guidance, we again respectfully request that no new leases are found to be in the public interest until these criteria are finalized. So I think this really only adds to the urgency of hopefully getting these criteria and the associated process finalized as soon as possible. So thank you for the consideration of our comments, and thank you very much to staff for your dedication to the finalization of these criteria. I know that there's been really a lot of work that's gone into them. We also appreciate the time that's been made to meet with our groups. And we look forward to continued participation and hopefully finalizing criteria as soon as possible. I think development of this guidance or pre-evaluation, I guess we're kind of changing what we call it, but I think it's really the same concept, will increase transparency alongside more coordination with the aquaculture leadership team, which as I understand is becoming more and more active. So we also support passing new applications through the MRC. I think that's a really good idea. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. Can we go next to Kim Thompson, please?
Hello, and thank you very much for this opportunity to comment. My name is Kim Thompson. I am the Executive Director of the Pacific Coast Shellfish Growers Association. We represent nearly 100 bivalve shellfish growers in California, Washington, Oregon, Alaska, and Hawaii. Our growers are also community members, and the food, jobs, and business ownership opportunities that aquaculture can provide are also in the public interest. Our growers pride themselves on being part of a well-managed, highly regulated seafood sector in the state of California. It's part of their brand, and they're not looking to bypass or dilute regulations. Rather, what they are seeking is consistency and more predictable frameworks through which these regulations can be implemented. We greatly appreciate the MRC staff's recognition that this process is not meant to replicate or replace CEQA. Many of the topics and issues that have been discussed in this public interest process are very complex, and they're only going to be addressed through the comprehensive scientific analysis that would be required under the CEQA process. We echo the Port of San Diego's concerns regarding the timing of the release of this information and the limited time that we had to pull together thoughtful comments. Some things of note, though, is that the recent report does note that there's an initial evaluation that would be used as a pre-screening type tool that would help reveal any elements of the proposed application that might be insurmountable in terms of compliance with existing regulations and permitting criteria. These can lead to a determination to either not proceed with CEQA or further evaluation to provide guidance for an applicant to consider revisions to their lease design. But it's important to note this process already exists. Applicants are supposed to go through the department's aquaculture coordinator, who then brings appropriate agencies to the table to discuss and provide exactly this guidance, recommending either revisions or even not to proceed if the application does not meet regulatory or permit criteria. It's not clear how this process would differ with this public interest, or if or how it is intended to revise the process using the public interest criteria. So we would appreciate some clarification on that. It's also not clear how the criteria would be used and weighed to develop an inquiry-based framework to guide the commission's decisions, though we do appreciate the fact that they also mentioned they would consider public comment, CEQA, and the other regular channels in their decision-making. We do agree that any project in the marine environment, including aquaculture, should be in the public interest. This does include the farmers who are also members of California communities, as well as those who may benefit from employment, access to local food, and the broader benefits of diversifying our food production portfolio to build resilience. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And let's go next to Bernard Friedman.
Yes, can you hear me? Oh, thank you. My name is Bernard Friedman, and I'm from the Santa Barbara Mariculture Company. And sorry, I got the kids are home from school. Santa Barbara Mariculture Company. And yeah, I've been an industry member for 20 years now. And my comments are just that I'm just confused more than ever. And, you know, I've been sort of in the just a part of the process for 5 years. You know, you've been talking about this for 5 years now. And I just don't see where it's going. What, you know, what's the plan here? What are you trying to accomplish? I just don't see it. So that's why it's not clear. You know, it's not clear. It's not transparent, because I don't know what you're trying to do with aquaculture. Are you supportive of it? Do you want to promote it? You know, my personal experience with it is very different than, what's sort of being put forward. Right now I've applied for to add 2 native species to my lease. I've made this application 2 years ago, and I still don't know where I'm in the process. I don't know who's responsible for my application. I don't know. There's no time frame. And one of this native species, I have a permit from the Coastal Commission to do, but you don't want to like honor that permit or anything. So it's really weird when you talk about aquaculture in the public, but then my personal experiences are just very different than what's presented here in front of the commission. And so I don't think you've been transparent in where you want to do. Are you supportive at all? I mean, I just don't see the support for the aquaculture industry, just because when I did my CEQA document, I thought it was ready 4 years before you actually put it in front of the commission. I had to come down with my children and argue in front of the commission, like, look, publish my CEQA document. You guys have been sitting on this for 4 years. And so, that's been my experience with the department. I still don't know who to talk to, who's responsible for presenting, for working with aquaculture industry. It's really unclear and very not transparent on timelines or anything. So yeah, I just don't know where you're going with this. And if you had a plan, if you had a vision, it would clear up a lot of ambiguity, or we could argue about the plan or the vision rather than the process, because the process is it's a rabbit hole. Doesn't look like you're going to solve anytime soon. And if you do solve it, the first application, I'm going to oppose because various reasons I've written the commission to that I'm not in favor. It's not in anyone's, it's just a messy business. It's a can of worms, and I just don't see a path forward unless there's some kind of vision that pulls it all together. I think that's it. I think that's my message. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, David, is there anything else?
Yes, we have David Willett.
Okay, please.
David.
Yeah, David Willis, can you please raise your hand?
Yes, I've raised my hand. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, good morning, everybody. Thank you for hearing from me today. I have applied for a state water bottom lease nearly 5 years ago. On May 18th, it will be 5 years. And I've been pursuing this and learning a ton as I go. And I've appreciated the support that I've got along the way. I guess listening to all this, my concern would be that potentially the determination of public interest, as Randy said, is difficult to make. I would think in advance of the process, because in order to get approval for a state water bottom lease, you have to jump through a lot of hoops. And in my case, I did an initial study. I proposed a mitigated negative declaration, and it was determined that in a full environmental impact review was required. And I've been pursuing that, and I'm just about to fund a full environmental impact review for Santa Barbara Sea Ranch. I just feel like there are so many hoops to jump through. By the time you get the state water bottom lease and you get the Coastal Commission approval, and you get the Army Corps of Engineers approval, and you get NOAA's approval, and all these other approvals, there's a whole lot of evaluation that is required for success and ultimately being able to commercialize your business. So I don't really have a specific suggestion or answer for the challenge that you guys are facing in trying to put together this criteria for public interest determination, but I would just say that I think that it ought to be based upon identifying things that would preclude, that would be obvious and immediately determinable upon the time of application. And rather than trying to incorporate a bunch of criteria that will later be evaluated through CEQA and other processes. And that's what I have. Thank you.
Great. David, any more online? Okay, we got just a couple quick comments. One is I'm going to ask Sue to confirm the dictators, but I've asked staff for both the previous item and this item to make sure that we get the information out at least a week before the next meeting, even if the rest of the package is ready. This is stuff that's deviant. The folks who want to talk about it need to have time to digest it, get together. Susan said that that's possible. Number one. Number two, on the pre-application process, or whatever you want to call it, that process can't be determinative. The full information to know whether or not we can make public information takes the time of the CEQA process. So, but this is to help with the applicant, the staff, the department, and the commission to point out, here's something that's fatal in your application. You want to rethink this before you spend a lot of time and money. It's to help the applicant out. If the applicant hears something they don't like, wants to proceed anyway, they can do that at their own risk. That's how that process works. We were listening and hearing it, and to the last speaker's comment, the applicants want to know early in the process if there's something fundamentally wrong with their application. This is to help with that process, but it can't circumvent the fact that the full determination has to be made on a bunch of information that can't be had until the CEQA process is played out. So I think those general comments and points. I would like to see some mention of the eelgrass and the specific statement that pinfish are not included in this because we're not ready to do that. And entanglement as well. I think those are all critical factors that ought to be looked at both quickly in the process and through the process. I think that's all I have for now. Other than I like the direction the criteria going. I like the bifurcated nature of the criteria and the idea of the application process. Makes a lot of sense. And I am hopeful and maybe urging us to be able to send this up to the commission by July. That's not too long. This process is taking too long. It's not there to the applicants for these projects. The aquaculture system of the state does support the commission, supports generally, and we need to move quickly to get this wrapped up and go on to the next process.
Thank you. So I want to clarify a couple things. Any stalls that we heard about just there in aquaculture or leasing don't have anything to do with the conversation we're having today. They do not. I understand that Bernard has some challenges. I think, Susan, you've talked to him a number of times, including quite recently, and those conversations can continue. It is not related to the conversation we're having today about a public interest determination or a public interest evaluation or a predetermination, pre-evaluation, unrelated. For David Willett, we did make a public interest determination when he came forward with the lease proposal. We did not have any evaluation criteria. We made a public interest determination by looking at some criteria that we came up with ad hoc, and we said that it was in the public interest at that time. This notion of a pre-screening tool is not new. I think Bernard had said, you know, we've been talking about this for 5 years. We've been talking about it for 1 year. But the notion of us making public interest determination is not new. That's old news. It's something we've been doing. It's something we did for David Willett. It's something we've done for all the leases, the lease applications that come to us. What is new is an effort to actually have a plan for how we make that decision, or to have some evaluation criteria for how we decide versus just, well, we have a new lease application. We are being asked to make a decision on whether it's in the public interest. how should we decide then? We don't think we should do that on a case-by-case basis. We should have the discussion on a case-by-case basis, but we should have some agreement on what those evaluation pre-screening tool criteria are. I think it was Kim who mentioned right now it goes to Randy, to the state aquaculture coordinator, and he decides what happens next. That's not transparent. It's not your fault, Randy. But I'm saying we're trying to make this more transparent, right? By sending it to the MRC, by having evaluation criteria, we're trying to enhance transparency and not just have it be a gut check or a feeling about whether we think a given application is in the public interest. So I just wanted to clarify that this obligation that we have, this responsibility that we have is not new. What is new that we've been talking about for 1 year, which I agree is longer than we want to talk about it, but what is new is trying to enhance transparency. So I just wanted to clarify a few things. And Susan, yeah.
Thanks so much for that. If we take a step back and we think about what does it mean for it to be in the public interest, just for a minute, is it in the public interest to allocate an area for a priority activity at the expense of something else? That's the question. This is a societal question, and it comes, you know, is it in the public interest to allow a commercial operation in a state water bottom of a public resource area in order to accomplish, in order to commercially produce shellfish, to produce seaweed for a benefit? Is it worth it? Everything is going to come at a cost. Having tide pool students come to trample, and there's documentation that causes some serious problems with, you know, with live habitat, biodiversity. It's a choice, and it's constrained to certain areas. And so I just want us to think about that. If I live in a food desert, and then we decide this is in the public interest to sacrifice a space in order to bring food here, we have to decide, do we give up the county park? Or do we use this other area? What are we going to do? Is it worth it? Is it in the public interest to do that? I think that's what we're talking about here. And to me, because I knew already, just to be transparent from the beginning, I thought more about other features of public access, of other uses, of other values for that, recognizing in my mind that an environmental review would go into deep depth about exploring the question there. And I have watched some projects go through, and I've watched them develop best management practices that were specific to the analysis. I've watched them have to identify monitoring programs that got entered into the conditions of the lease because it was part of their mitigation to ensure that certain potential impacts were minimized. And I still see the value of that happening. And you know, the commission is not beholden to approve a lease that goes through CEQA. But, you know, I think for applicants, there wants some level of assurance that they're on the right track, that it may be found to be approvable. So there are the other features of public interest, and I would note that we have been having some good conversation with the State Lands Commission, who also has to make a finding. They find it isn't in the interest of the state, so it's a little different from is it in the public interest. But they do a finding, they do a staff analysis. It has components, it draws upon environmental considerations and other features of relevance to the area. And we think there's additional work we can do to learn with them about what they do. They work with Coastal Commission in a similar way. So just wanted to put some context there on those environmental pieces of it, to which, you know, public trust and public trust resources, public interest, they harmonize, they overlap, but there are pieces that are a little different. And I'm still wrestling with that, but I'm just want to make sure that, you know, we are, yeah, that's my addition.
Let me, again, I both with Fishery, as Susan said, we're required to factor in whether it's the relations to public interest that's required by law. In the end, and therefore we owe applicants and the public some sense of what that means. In the end, these are discretionary permits. So in the end, when the commission as a whole looks at all the factors, including public interest, we're going to make a decision. It may not be what it will never make everybody happy. That's what I know about the kind of decisions we make often. But additionally, you know, it's going to be dependent upon what we see about that specific application. This is a process that we have to consider it. So it's the right thing to do to set up, make it as clear what things we're going to consider doing. And that way, when the commission agrees on these criteria, we'll be telegraphing, at least this commission, these 5 people, will be telegraphing to applicants and the public the things we're going to consider. So that's really what it's about. And so with that, unless there's anything further, I think I'm sorry, we did have one more speaker who came on late. David Could have interest as speaker.
Yes, Co-Chair Sklar, we have one more speaker with their hand up on Zoom. That is Douglas Bush, TCAF.
We can't hear you, Doug.
Douglas, you may need to, I see you're unmuted. Is your headset plugged in and everything?
Oh, we're waiting for Doug, right?
I just wanted to clarify something I misspoke. We've been talking about this for 2 years, not 1 year. Yeah, sometimes I forget it's 2023. I was looking at the staff report. Indeed, it has been 2 years we've been talking about.
If we had to be able to get Doug on.
We still can't hear you, Doug.
And Douglas, I see where you're trying. I see where you're unmuted, but unfortunately, I think you're having the same issue we were having earlier this morning with Mr. Voss. For whatever reason, audio is not coming through for you as well.
We're going to call you. There you go. Susan. Yeah, we're going to call you, push on the microphone that we did before. Hang a second. Listen for your phone ring.
I'm gonna, actually, do you mind if I just put you on speakerphone and you speak into the microphone? No, it's audible in the off. I think it's so one of the challenges we have is it's audible in the auditorium here. It's not as audible to people that are remote participants, so I apologize to all of them. But we'll make the audio available after the meeting so that we can all catch up with the details. So, oh no, it's one speaker. Hold on. Okay, go ahead, Doug.
I have a super brief comment. It's largely in response to the comments from the representatives of Oceana and from Ms. Gibbs from West Marin. I'm curious what the justification is for asking for this double nested specificity for the marine mammal entanglement and the eelgrass. I really appreciate Susan's comments about the need for things that are uniform. what this face. We need this first realize, which is, but also be considered a I think that we're in agreement that we'd like to have Scott back the final determination at our next meeting. Thumbs up, Commissioner Murray. With that, I think it's time to take a lunch break. Back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, all right. So we're on to item number 4, which is coastal fishing communities policy. Susan, please.
Thank you. All right, so this is an opportunity to receive a staff update on coastal fishing communities policy development, which has been underway since March of 2021, so another 2-year process. Opportunity is this will include an input in outcomes from the December 1st, 2022 workshop, and receive and discuss the staff recommended final draft policy for potential commission adoption. And
Hold on one second.
just a moment, please.
It's not lit up.
Should be lit up. It should have just stayed on.
David, how can you hear us at the other end? He's typing. Not hearing us.
Yes, we can. I was just about to message you that sound was coming in just fine. We were able to hear Susan okay on in Zoom land here.
Okay, thank you, because we're not lit up at this end, so we weren't sure if it was actually active. Thank you.
Excellent. So just to continue, today is a culmination of a couple of years of work with a lot of people and engagement in developing a new policy proposed policy for coastal fishing communities. And today, Kimmy Rogers, who is our Sea Grant State Fellow, and this is the culmination of her work on this project throughout her tenure, bringing home the work that other Sea Grant Fellows before her participated in. And tomorrow is her last day, and so just want to acknowledge and appreciate that she's here, bringing forward what we hope is a product that the committee and the commission will be interested in walking forward with. So here's Kimmy.
That's okay. Cheers. Okay, all right. Good afternoon, co-chairs Laura and Murray. My name is Kimmy Rogers, and I am the 2022 California State Grant Fellow at the Commission. And as Susan mentioned today, I'm here to provide an important update about the coastal fishing communities policy. But before we jump into any policy updates, I wanted to take a moment for us to go on a tour of one of our coastal fishing communities in California to show a couple of reasons why these communities matter. Next slide. Thank you. On a Saturday morning in San Diego, I had the opportunity to tour Tuna Harbor Dockside Market. Thank you, Pete Howley. The market stretches along in here in downtown San Diego. To the right in this photo, there are vendors selling locally caught seafood, including tuna, sheephead, urchin, box crabs, and many more. To the left, there is a vessel that finished offloading its fish, and another vendor that is selling prepared food like fish and chips, ceviche, and poke. And if you were to zoom in onto their sign, it would say who the fish is coming from, which is someone else along the pier. If you watch the market bustle long enough, you'll notice that everyone there supports each other, works together, and is excited about what they do. Food is a central part of so many people's cultures, and you can feel its significance at Tuna Harbor. This fish market and others across the state are wonderful opportunities for the public to be more aware of where their food comes from, reduce climate impacts by buying directly from fishermen, and become a part of the community and maritime heritage. Next slide. However, these communities are also facing wide-ranging threats to their continued existence, which includes climate change-driven disruptions such as shifting stocks, marine heat waves, harmful algal blooms, whale entanglement risk, as well as inadequate port infrastructure, aging of the fleet, emerging industries like offshore wind, and competition for shoreside use. Threats that impact one part of the community will have ripple effects across the state or across the community. The Commission's Coastal Fishing Communities Project, as a whole, is an effort to try and build more resilient communities. One part of the project is to adopt a coastal fishing communities policy. Next slide. The development of this policy is an initiative under the Commission's Coastal Fishing Communities Project to better recognize coastal fishing community goals and the impact that different options for pursuing conservation and utilization goals in fisheries management decisions may have on these communities. In April 2021, the Commission gave staff direction to develop a new policy on coastal fishing communities based on MRC recommendation, and the Commission directed staff to work with stakeholders to develop a draft policy. Next slide. Over the last year, staff has been developing and revising this policy. In February of last year, staff held its first policy drafting workshop to discuss the draft policy and receive feedback from participants. Following the workshop, we used that feedback and follow-up conversations with partners to help revise the policy in the spring and summer. In the fall and early winter, we worked with a small internal work group to refine the draft. At the last MRC meeting, we shared an outline of the draft policy to guide discussion. And following input received during the MRC, we shared a revised draft policy at a public workshop held on December 1st. Next slide. So today I will be sharing some of the outcomes from the December 1 workshop. Next transition. And next transition. And I will also be sharing an overview of the proposed policy, particularly changes to the definition for coastal fishing communities and staff's recommendation and next steps. Next slide. So first, let's talk about the December 1st policy drafting workshop, number 2. Next slide. So at this workshop, we had about 45 attendees, including coastal fishing community members, academics, non-governmental organizations, and agency partners. During our workshop, one fishing representative was able to ask questions and make connections with another state agency.
This connection was a positive reminder about the importance of governance coordination and helping coastal fishing community members find the right people and resources. In addition to this connection, we also had a lot of great discussions regarding coastal fishing communities and received important feedback about the policy. Next slide. Some of the discussion revolved around external threats to communities, especially offshore wind development, marine spatial planning, and decreasing numbers of fishermen. And that includes some of the themes we heard earlier today during the bycatch item. However, we also heard a lot of support for problem solving on the local level, leveraging partnerships and improving governance coordination. There was great discussion about how to improve community collaboration to help drive solutions, such as regional coastal fishing communities working together before going to the commission so that they can have a more unified voice. We received a lot of questions about how this policy will be implemented. We heard that letters of support were welcomed and community members would like that to continue. Implementation is one thing we have been thinking a lot about as we created the policy, and we would like to continue developing with other agency partners and community members. Lastly, one of the key pieces we tried to address in the policy was to clarify language in some areas so that the policy could be understood by all. Next slide. So following the workshop, staff used the feedback heard at the workshop and discussions in the internal work group to create a proposed policy for coastal fishing communities that is in your meeting materials. Next slide. I'm not going to go through each piece of the policy, but I will spend some time on the changes we made to the MRC's working definition, which is up on the screen right now. As a reminder, the MRC adopted a working definition for coastal fishing communities in 2019 to help guide the coastal fishing communities project. It was always a definition that would morph over time. So up on the screen, we have the definition, the working definition in a track changes style. The working definition is the original working definition is in black font, and recent changes to the definition are captured in strikeout and red font. In the first two bullet points, the changes represent an effort to recognize that many coastal fishing communities include, but are not limited to fishermen. Rather, there are many people and businesses that rely on marine fishery harvest or processing, and they are all interdependent on one another. In the last bullet point, we removed the last half of the sentence because it was redundant to other sections of the definition. Next slide. The definition was used to help inform this proposed policy. As a reminder, the policy is broken into 5 main sections. An introduction that includes a series of recognition statements, the definition, a policy setting section that showcases other policies and laws that highlight coastal fishing communities, as well as the reason for this particular policy. Sections 4 and 5 are the meat of the policy, where section 4 gives an overall policy statement and policy strategy, and section 5 is the policy strategies that are used to support the policy statement. The 3 policy strategies include understand the issues facing coastal fishing communities and identify solutions for meaningful engagement. Letter B is ensure coastal fishing community interests and needs are factored into commission decision making. And letter C is increase adaptive capacity and resilience of coastal fishing via external efforts, which would include ships. Next slide. So all of the policy is in your meeting materials, and following numerous iterations of the draft policy, we are here today to recommend to the MRC to advance the proposed policy for commission consideration. Once the committee moves forward with the recommendation and potential commission action, staff is ready to continue working with agencies, partners, and coastal fishing community members to implement the policy strategies. In addition, staff recommends the committee explore potential options to continue the coastal fishing communities project, including revisiting other staff recommendations and using the policy as guidance. Next slide. So there are a number of people that have been involved in developing this policy. including everyone that has participated in regional roundtables, whether it was several years ago or the most recent workshops or somewhere in between. We also received a lot of feedback from different non-governmental organizations and academic partners who are here today in the room or online, and they've truly helped us with getting the right language and ideas. Importantly, we also received a lot of guidance from our partners at the Department of Fish and Wildlife, Ocean Protection Council, and Ocean Science Trust. The policy would not have been built without the work of past Sea Grant Fellows that are listed on the screen. And we would especially like to thank our small work group, Craig Schumann, Carrie Pomeroy, and Huff McConville for their time, thoughtfulness, and dedication to this effort. Next slide. While my fellowship at the Commission is coming to an end, I am passing the torch to the Commission's 2023-2024 Sea Grant Fellow Kinsey Matthews to my right, who becomes the project lead for the Coastal Fishing Communities Project and thus the point of contact for this project. So thank you very much.
Why do I want to clap?
Anybody in the room would like to speak on this? David back on? Yeah. And David, anybody online? Their hand up?
I see no one's hand online.
Mr. Murray. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just terrific. Just thank you. Yeah, sure. I'll try that. Yep. Listen, first of all, thank you, Kimmy, very much for your work on this, and everybody as a department that's on the staff, Susan, for your leadership over the years in this. It's a long time in coming, but it was hard work, and I know there were a bunch of reasons why we took a step back occasionally, but it's terrific, and look forward to bringing this to the Commission. Other than that, I don't think that.
Yeah, I would just say the same. I mean, it's, you know, just having up on the slide all the Sea Grant Fellows who have come before you, and now you getting to sort of take this over the finish line, which you have done so successfully and so comprehensively. Really grateful that you were able to give us all a presentation on this. I think about all the meetings where we made you rush through this because we had, deadlines and action-oriented agenda items that we really had to prioritize. And so nice to be able to see you take your time on this and really appreciate all the work that has been done by you, by the department, OPC, the working group committee members and stakeholders that you mentioned, and to really just see this come to fruition. So really grateful for all your hard work on this, and such a wonderful way to wrap up your Sea Grant Fellowship. And perhaps most importantly is I think this is a well-developed, impactful, and important policy and definition that we now have moving forward that better reflects, I think, how all of us on the Commission feel about coastal communities and how we want to consider coastal communities and fishing communities as we move forward. So really, really appreciative that we now have this in writing. I think it looks fantastic, and just really excited to be here in this place on this particular policy and definition.
Terrific. Okay, well, again, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Kimmy. And move on to item number 5.
Do we have a recommendation? I just want to verify if we have a recommendation from the MRC. Yes. There's a draft proposed.
Recommend that we send to the Commission.
Yeah. All right. I think we're clear on that. We do have an MRC recommendation. That is excellent. It's not
So
helping.
say it all again.
We're not using our outdoor voices. All right. Thank you. Just restate, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, so we're on to item number 5, which is giant bull kelp. Susan.
And just for those that weren't able to hear online, we did make some many effusive statements in appreciation for the work that everyone has done on the coastal fishing communities policy and is advancing our recommendation to the Commission to approve it. So, giant and bull kelp. Great. So there's 2 parts to this agenda topic today. The first is related to kelp recovery and tracking restoration efforts. And this is something that the committee has been has held on your work plan as a standing agenda item for periodic updates. You made that the commission referred this over to the MRC to continue tracking in October of 2019, well after the bull kelp forest had all but collapsed along with the ecosystem associated with it. And so the last time that you received an update on the status of kelp condition along California was in March of 2021. Wow, 2 years. We're on a theme here. And today you'll be receiving another update. Directly relevant to this is the the department and Ocean Protection Council development of a kelp recovery and management plan. So the second part is an update on the development efforts and the department's vision of how the development process, including public engagement and scientific expertise and guidance, will occur. The last update that the committee received was in March of 2022, and that was a process overview. And so today we'll be receiving an update on both of these topics from Kristen Elsmore. Remember James Ray, who was her predecessor, and now Kristen has really taken this on and really Dr. Kristen Elsmore, she's really advancing a lot of projects with collaborative effort with a number of agencies and partners who are have all come on board to actively engage in this effort. But her goal today is in part to just provide you a high-level update as much as she can in 15 or 20 minutes. And if the committee would like to have additional follow-up at a subsequent meeting with more of the partners, we could always arrange some kind of panel discussion, and I'm happy to do that. So with that, I'd like to turn to Kristen Elsmore.
Thank you so much, Susan. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. Next slide, please. So good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Dr. Kristen Elsmore, and I'm a senior environmental scientist with the Marine Region's State Managed Finfish and Nearshore Ecosystems Program. For today's discussion item, I'll be providing an update on kelp coverage trends along California and progress on kelp restoration strategies, including some efforts being conducted in collaboration with agency partners and stakeholders. I'll also provide a brief update on the development process for a kelp restoration and management plan for giant and bull kelp. Please do note that for the sake of time, this is just a small sampling of the kelp restoration efforts underway across the state. The efforts that I will mention today are being implemented through partnerships and coordination with several other state and federal agencies, researchers, nonprofits, tribal and coastal communities. I'll provide a slide at the end acknowledging the breadth of partners and stakeholders the department works with to move the kelp monitoring and recovery space forward, but do want to acknowledge that not all entities are going to be visually represented by their logo. Next slide, please. Historically, the department relied on pilot aerial surveys to quantify. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we're fine.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Historically, the department relied on piloted aerial surveys to quantify kelp canopy cover for giant and bull kelp across the state. Emerging technologies have provided additional sources of kelp canopy data at greater temporal and spatial scales that the department and others use to understand and assess kelp canopy dynamics. Please note that the department's plane-based surveys ended in 2016, as noted in the table, and PlanetScope satellite imagery begins in 2016, which allows for continuity across these data sets. The state recently invested in a partnership among the Ocean Protection Council, the department, and researchers at UCLA to advance kelp canopy mapping techniques with PlanetScope imagery including automation of image processing and production of high-resolution statewide canopy maps. These will be at 3-meter resolution. And the data I'm going to show you today is from Landsat imagery, which is a type of remote sensing satellite imagery that provides kelp canopy data at 30-meter resolution and dates back to 1984. These data provide the longest continuous time series of kelp canopy information statewide and are publicly available and sourced from the Santa Barbara Coastal Long-Term Ecological Research Data Portal, and can also be viewed on Kelp Watch through an interactive mapping tool. Next slide, please. We will first take a statewide perspective showing the maximum kelp canopy cover through time across the 3 regions of the state. So looking in that top panel here, the north coast shows severe and persistent declines in kelp canopy following that 2014-15 marine heat wave and associated cascading events. Despite the reported uptick in 2021, kelp canopy cover remains very low in this region. The central coast, looking in that center panel, looks to be within normal range. And as you can see by the blue points being within the variability of that historical range shown in gray, which is the pre-marine heat wave. That just want to take a moment to note that red dashed line, that vertical line indicates that critical moment in time. Looking at that bottom panel, the south coast is showing some indication of kelp decline, though nowhere near the degree of loss seen up in the north coast. Please do keep in mind that the patterns shown here are at a broad spatial scale. So patterns at county and localized scales will be different, as kelp is very dynamic and variable by nature. Regional perspectives such as this provide a broad statewide look, and when declines such as those seen in the north coast are observed at that regional scale, this is cause for concern. I'll now transition into a deeper dive into each region, showing finer scale kelp canopy data for select counties in each region, highlighting a few kelp research and recovery efforts underway in each of those regions. Again, just to provide a sampler of all the work that's being done in California. Next slide, please. Starting within the North Coast, we'll zoom in on Mendocino and Sonoma counties. So here in these counties, the patterns of kelp loss are essentially the same as what we're seeing at that regional scale. So as noted before, you can see that the slight bump up of kelp canopy in 2021, which was really promising, but unfortunately that did not turn into an upward trend in 2022, and this is something we will continue to monitor closely. By way of reminder, in February 2022, the Commission took action to temporarily change the commercial bull kelp regulations, which included prohibited commercial harvest regardless of use in Mendocino and Sonoma counties, and an annual fisheries limit in Humboldt and Del Norte counties combined. These temporary regulations went into effect January 1st, 2023 and sunset in January 2026. Please refer to the department's website for more details on these changes. The department, in partnership with the Greater Fairlands National Marine Sanctuary and partner researchers, are actively conducting research to develop a biomass conversion factor for bull kelp. This was a knowledge gap identified through the bull kelp bull kelp regulatory process. And these locations within the North Coast continue to be really high priority for exploring kelp restoration and recovery techniques. Next slide, please. There are several kelp restoration and research projects on the ground in California, and these projects collectively aim to promote kelp recovery and explore the efficacy and feasibility of different kelp restoration techniques across California's diverse kelp forests and rocky ecosystems. The restoration tools being explored in Northern California include several approaches to grazer suppression. So starting in 2020, commercial urchin divers conducted purple urchin removals at 2 sites in Mendocino County. This project resulted in limited but detectable kelp growth following urchin removals. And the urchin removal efforts will continue through this year to maintain low urchin densities and protect kelp outplanting experiments underway. In Casper Cove, recreational divers are conducting urchin removals per a commission action to temporary change to the recreational urchin regulations. These regulations sunset in April of 2024. Recreational diver efforts in this area are being led by the Watermen's Alliance, and there's a coordination across several partners. Additionally, experimental traps are also being tested as a possible mechanism to remove urchins from targeted locations. This work is being led by the Nature Conservancy and is in its third year of experiments, and to date has explored the efficacy of different trap configurations, soak times, bait types, and at sites with different urchin densities. Next slide, please. The department worked with California Sea Grant and the Ocean Protection Council to develop proposals in 2020 that address priority information gaps for the development of a kelp restoration toolkit. This initiated the Kelp Recovery Research Program, which has funded 6 solutions-oriented projects that have been underway over the last couple of years. And these projects are wrapping up this spring, so we're very excited to see the results of those efforts. Several of the Kelp Recovery Research Program projects touch down in the North Coast. So notably, one project is focused on exploring different kelp enhancement techniques, including green gravel, spore bags, and seeded lines in Mendocino. Another project expands our understanding of bull kelp genetics, providing insights on genetic diversity pre and post marine heat wave. And another project provides a spore dispersal model for bull kelp. Together, results from these Kelp Recovery Research Program projects provide insight into the connectivity of bull kelp patches and forests at a larger scale. Additionally, the Greater Farallones National Marine Sanctuary, in partnership with the Greater Farallones Association and the department, has begun exploring several of these restoration techniques and will be implementing scaled restoration within the sanctuary in coming years. Next slide, please. Moving to the Central Coast, we zoom in on Santa Cruz and Monterey counties. Again, the patterns of kelp loss are similar to those observed at the regional scale. So taking note that these data encompass canopy from giant and bull kelp, as these two species are not distinguished in the satellite data, and both species exist in this region. Looking at that top panel here, Santa Cruz County, interestingly, shows signs of increased canopy cover when compared to pre-marine heat wave time period. And then moving down to that bottom panel, we have Monterey County, which is showing some indication of decline, though looks to be within normal range of historical coverage. This pattern is largely driven by declines in the Monterey Peninsula. And it's important to note that much of the coastline that makes up the Monterey County is actually encompassed by Big Sur, which has maintained strong canopy cover through the post-marine heat wave time period. The Monterey Bay area in particular has a rich history of marine coastal research and is surrounded by a suite of academic institutions with research programs focused on kelp forests and rocky reef dynamics. And there are several interconnected research efforts underway in the area to understand the dynamics and drivers of kelp loss and recovery in this area, and are digging further to understand why the kelp canopy in along the Monterey Peninsula remains patchy. Understanding the why is critical to informing resource management decisions, such as if, when, and or where to take action. So these locations continue to be a high priority for monitoring and recovery research. Next slide, please. The kelp recovery and restoration research being explored in Central California include exploring the efficacy and urchin culling by recreational divers, both the ecological and logistical and social frameworks, as well as exploring impacts to reef structure due to urchin culling activities. Both of these efforts are in response to a commission action to temporarily change recreational urchin regulations at Tinker Reef in Monterey, similar, same regulatory change as what was presented for Casper Cove up in Northern California. There's also exciting work being done in this region to optimize aquaculture techniques for kelp outplanting, and this explicitly supports work being done in Northern California that I already mentioned. There's also a large collaborative effort with UC Santa Cruz, Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary, and others to direct and implement kelp forest monitoring, recovery, and restoration research in the Central Coast region. Next slide, please. Finally, reaching the South Coast, we zoom in here on Santa Barbara and San Diego counties. These two counties are showing distinct patterns of giant kelp canopy that differ from the regional pattern. So Santa Barbara County, viewed in this top panel, shows signs of normal variability in kelp canopy cover, with recent years being on the upper end of that historical range. Please note the Channel Islands are excluded from the Santa Barbara mainland data here, as we assess kelp canopy on each of the Channel Islands separately. San Diego County here is showing some signs of decline starting in 2016, though these dynamics are still within the lower range of historical variability. Next slide, please. One larger scale kelp restoration effort I'd like to mention in the South Coast is the Palos Verdes Kelp Restoration Project, which is led by the Bay Foundation and has been ongoing for 10+ years. And the purple urchin densities have been reduced across 58 acres for this project through a partnership with commercial urchin divers. And this project has documented increases in algal and benthic invertebrate diversity, fish biomass, California spiny lobster density, as well as red and purple urchin gonad production. Additionally, one of the kelp recovery research program projects coming out of UC Santa Barbara is using spatiotemporal modeling of kelp dynamics to inform a kelp restoration decision-making framework, providing insights on the where and the when of pursuing kelp restoration across the state. This product and outputs from all these efforts that I've mentioned today will be going in to inform the development of a statewide kelp restoration and management plan, which I'll speak about in just a moment. But I'd like to take a moment to pause. As I mentioned at the beginning of the talk, all of these efforts that I've mentioned and more are being implemented through partnerships and coordination. While this is not an exhaustive list of all those engaged in kelp recovery, the kelp recovery space, I'd like to just take a moment to briefly acknowledge the breadth of these partners and stakeholders the department works with to move the kelp monitoring and recovery space forward. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, those are all the partners. Next slide, please. Transitioning now into the kelp restoration and management plan updates. Given the severe ecological and economic consequences of kelp forest loss across the state, and improved understanding of the status of kelp forest ecosystems, commercial and recreational kelp harvest, and a suite of kelp restoration techniques that could be applied as management tools is essential to promoting kelp forest ecosystem resilience. The department, in close collaboration and with support from the Ocean Protection Council and other partners, are currently looking to develop a statewide ecosystem-based, climate-ready kelp restoration and management plan for giant and bull kelp. The plan will build on the foundation of the Kelp Enhanced Status Report that came out last year and provide approaches for managing, protecting, and restoring kelp forests in the face of changing ocean conditions. Specifically, the plan will include 3 core components. 1, an adaptive kelp harvest management framework and other required fisheries management plan elements. 2, an innovative framework for ecosystem-based management of kelp forests. And 3, a restoration toolkit consisting of kelp restoration options available to resource managers in California. The latter 2 components that I just mentioned are entirely novel. So to date, no state fisheries management plan has attempted to incorporate these considerations, but such bold and innovative management strategies are essential to meeting the urgency of the climate crisis. Next slide, please. Taking a quick look at the anticipated timeline for the kelp restoration and management plan development process. So in October of 2022, the Ocean Protection Council approved funding to support the plan development process, specifically to fund support from Strategic Earth on overall project management, facilitation of stakeholder working groups, and support the state in the process of exploring co-management pathways with tribes. Additionally, it supports provides support from Sea Grant to California Sea Grant to convene the Science Advisory Committee, synthesize science, and synthesize science to ensure that the plan is founded in the best available science. Over the next few years, with support from Strategic Earth and California Sea Grant, we will conduct scientific tribal and stakeholder engagement, synthesize the state of the science, and identify and address key knowledge gaps. We anticipate plan drafting, CEQA, and peer review process to be conducted in 2026. And throughout this entire process, we'll continue to work closely with the Ocean Protection Council and other partners to expand investments for California's kelp forest ecosystems and prioritizing research and restoration that informs the management plan development. Looking to some immediate next steps for 2023, we are actively in the process of assembling the Science Advisory Committee. We are in the planning stages to initiate the first tribal listening session and in planning stages to assemble stakeholder working groups. So please do stay tuned for information about these different opportunities for engagement in the kelp restoration and management plan development process. Next slide, please. So to summarize everything that I've talked about today, with kelp canopy data, just the key takeaways here are that we're really seeing that persistent kelp loss in the North Coast. And we do see different patterns of loss and recovery across the state. For research and recovery efforts, as you have seen, we have a very broad suite of collaborative efforts going on across the state. And these will all go to inform the development of the kelp restoration and management plan. Moving on to the plan, quick recap is that the plan development is funded by the Ocean Protection Council. That was a very exciting moment last year. And we are looking to be initiating science, tribal, and stakeholder engagement in this year. And with that, next slide, please. I would like to thank you all for your time and happy to take any questions as they come up.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ellsworth. Commissioner Murray, would ask.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ellsworth, for walking us through the update with the data. Really, really helpful to see, and really appreciate you breaking it down by county as well. It's illuminating and, not what we had hoped for in most parts of the state, especially the northern part of the state and the southern part of the state. It is really curious to see the Santa Cruz and Monterey counties, and makes you wonder what, you did sort of opine a little bit on those areas, but it's nice to see that there are some places where the kelp is not doing quite as poorly. I was a little surprised to see the timeline for the kelp restoration and management plan. It seems quite elongated. I think begin implementation is in 2027. So that's a little bit farther out than I was expecting. I know these things take time, especially when there's a lot of engagement with tribes and stakeholders, and there's a lot of science to be considered and even uncertainty to be considered as well. So it's I can understand it, but it was a little bit surprising. I don't know if Kristen or Craig, there's anything else we should know about that timeline, and if that's sort of as quickly as we can get it done while doing it very well.
Thank you, Commissioner Bird, for the question. I'll take a stab at it, and I'll defer to Dr. Ellsworth to bail me out if I get it wrong. A couple of things to consider. One, we've learned from experience time and time again that these things take a lot longer than we think they will. So we consciously factored that into the timeline here, right? We didn't want to, we wanted to under promise and over deliver as opposed to the other way around, which we typically do. So just to be realistic with how long these things take. The outreach and engagement is critical, especially with tribes. That takes time. We want to make sure we get that right. There's a lot of different stakeholders. It's a very big state with very diverse communities, very diverse ecosystems, and we're trying to do the whole state at once. And the state of the science. The science is still, there's a lot of uncertainty. We have a lot of really good projects on the ground, but those are going to take time to come to fruition and for us to learn from those projects that are currently in play. So that's the other piece of it as well. And Kristen, if I missed something, please chime in.
No, I think that mostly covered it. The only thing I will add to that is that all of the projects and the research that are underway and that we anticipate helping support and facilitate over the course of including the development of the plan will be also moving towards kelp recovery. And so really focusing the research and action-based research in areas where recovery is most needed. And so just taking a page out of Mike Escrow's book, we are taking a quote, learn by doing approach here and really learning from the work that we are putting down on the ground, but having that end goal of enhancing and recovering these kelp forests in mind. So with that, I'll kind of leave that there.
Great, thank you. Anybody in the room is anxious? Please.
Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Trixie McHugh and I'm the Kelp Project Director with the Nature Conservancy, and I'm very happy to be here with you all today after a long break from meetings. I'll start by saying that I really appreciated Dr. Ellsmore's presentation, and I want to also root that a lot of the kelp restoration work that we're engaged in and others would be possible without the leadership and collaboration between the Fish and Game Commission, the department, OPC, and then countless nonprofits and academic institutions, as Kristen highlighted. The Nature Conservancy is proud to be part of this larger ecosystem of people and researchers, practitioners doing something on the ground and learning from those experiences. And collectively, we are mapping and monitoring these most vulnerable and threatened areas. We're testing these novel approaches for restoration in situ, so going in the water and physically testing these things, and then also making connections between our work here in California, but then also more broadly throughout the world. And I think that's a very important note to me because we know now that we didn't know as well a few years ago that kelp forest decline is a global issue. And California is kind of at the center of that experience right now. And so this is especially true given sometimes, as Kristen also had mentioned, these specific places have their own nuances going on with them, and even their own restoration sites. We're learning very rapidly in this moment. And this is especially true in Northern California, where this loss is unprecedented relative to other parts of the state. And yet we have this larger understanding that we're tinkering with. So just to highlight some of the programs that the Nature Conservancy and then others are kind of thinking about in a holistic approach includes, again, mapping and monitoring to understand these dynamics at these broad and local spatial scales via Kelp Watch and then drones, respectively. We're also resetting the ecosystem. So we're taking a moment to test a variety of methods to reduce grazer pressure, including in water diver-mediated methods and non-diver mediated methods, which is increasingly important to think about as Northern California is very cold, it's very rough. So thinking about regional specific tools comes front of mind for me. And then reforesting the ecosystem. Something we learned is limited recovery over time means we may have to try more than one method. So right now we're experimenting with layering not only grazer suppression, but also kelp enhancement and trying to tease apart the effectiveness of those tools. And then lastly, to kind of put this all in perspective, and I'm almost done, is exploring market-based solutions. So on the back end of this big change that we're experiencing, especially in Northern California, what happens to the community when that place changes too? And so we are thinking and working very hard on kind of working through these market opportunities if they do exist. And so lastly, we continue to value our partners and the support in exploring these kelp restoration techniques as they are new and novel. And we want something to be ecologically and socially competent, but then also scalable and cost effective. And we hope that we can continue to be a resource for this committee if any questions arise. And we greatly thank MRC for the time and ability to provide public comment and the Department of Fish and Wildlife for giving the presentation on it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you to TNC in general. Real great partner on so many things, and this critical one as well. Any else in the room? Please, Dr. Jackson.
Thank you. And good afternoon. It is great to be back with people in person again at this meeting. It's been a while. I'm Alexis Jackson. I'm the Ocean Policy and Plastics Lead for the Nature Conservancy. As my colleague Tristan just shared, TNC has been engaging in the habitat restoration space for about the past 5 years. And it's really through that process that we've gained increased awareness that not only are we having to collect kelp, but there are a number of other marine habitats that are under crisis. And so as we're seeing these widespread emission losses on the order of magnitude of 90%, kelp forests and eelgrass meadows, native oyster beds, when we lose these biogenic habitats, it also puts our unique biodiversity on the order of thousands of species at risk. And while we've seen a lot of really great progress that's happening under the leadership department and AC, and we're making progress, we also know that this is still limited in scale and pace, and there are challenges around permitting. And so we have to be thinking about big faster and working at larger scales, or we risk losing these iconic habitats and the benefits that they provide for people in nature. So for this reason, we just want to make this committee and commission staff aware of Assembly Bill 1407 that was introduced by Assembly Member Dr. This. This legislation is being co-sponsored by the Nature Conservancy and Monterey Bay Aquarium. It would do 4 fundamental things. So first, it would establish these ambitious science-driven targets for these habitat types. It would include a framework that includes an inclusive stakeholder process to work towards monitoring and tracking towards these goals. It would also facilitate interagency coordination so that we can be better about collectively working towards achieving these objectives. The third is that it would establish an ocean restoration and recovery fund. So allocation of resources, especially towards advancing these long-term goals, is equally important. And oftentimes that is one of the major constraints. And then finally, it would get us aligned around what is large-scale restoration and would attempt to establish a definition so that we're all aligned around that. So we think by working collectively together, we can restore abundance and health and resilience to our ocean ecosystems. And we have to start that by working faster. Pieces of scale to keep pace with the crisis. So just appreciate the opportunity to speak today. And as Tristan mentioned, hope to continue to work in collaboration with the Commission, with the Department, and obviously on this important issue. Thank you.
Yeah, you just take the mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gilly Lyons with the Charitable Trusts. And thanks so much for the chance to say a few words. It's also this is my colleague. It is great to see everybody in person. I just echo Alexis's comments. I also wanted to thank Dr. Elsmer for the great presentation just now. That was so helpful just to see everything laid out in blue and white. And also, I wanted to just mention that folks may already be aware, but to the extent that the kelp dynamics that we're seeing in California are also part of a global set of phenomena and declines that we're seeing in other parts of the world. There's of course other declines happening here on the West Coast. And it's my understanding that Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife will also be developing, thank you. We'll also be developing a kelp restoration and management plan or something along those lines. I don't know if that's what they're calling it, but something similar is going to be happening in the state of Oregon over the next few years, potentially, along the same timeline as California's efforts. So there may be some opportunity for collaboration, but just they're experiencing a lot of the same concerns with ocean raising pressure, especially along the central and south coast of Oregon. And then in Washington, there's also a number of kelp restoration efforts under the implementation of legislation for kelp and grass. They have different things happening up there with water qualities, not necessarily oceans, but anyway, just sort of flagging the coastline linkages that may be of interest to the department and the commission going forward. And yeah, just basically just wanted to say thanks to the commission and the department and staff for having all this moving forward. It's great. So thanks very much.
Anyone else? Okay, let's go. Anybody on Zoom, David, would like to speak?
We have 2 raised hands on Zoom, Chair Sklar, or now 3. We have Joshua Russo, followed by Grant Downey, followed by Jack Likens.
Perfect.
Joshua, go ahead, please. Joshua Russo, you may need to unmute yourself first. All right, while we wait for Joshua Russo, let's move on to Grant Downey. Grant, go ahead, please.
All right, hopefully my audio is working. Can anybody hear me?
We can hear you, Grant. Thank you.
Awesome. Hello, MRC and the public. My name is Grant Downey. I'm a 2nd-generation California commercial sea urchin diver, and I'm also the North Coast Port representative for the California Sea Urchin Commission. Lately, I have also been considering myself a kelp restoration technician. I'm located in Fort Bragg, California, on the Mendocino County coast, which is really the epicenter of this whole kelp collapse and disaster. I've been deeply involved with restoration work, with urchin removals and planning starting in 2018 with Joshua Russo, who was the spearhead of this all. I've worked with members of CDFW and OPC on project development, and I've also collaborated closely with Reef Check California, the Nature Conservancy, and the Greater Fair Lawns Association. I am one of the few that is still an active diver up here on the Mendocino coast. And what I really wanted to do was express that our local underwater ecosystem is still in complete devastation of purple urchin barrens. The situation is not getting better, it's getting worse. These empty purple urchins are living from the intertidal zone right off the beach and are stretching all the way out to 70 feet or 21-meter depth range. Over these last few years since restoration has been put into place, the only strong algal and kelp rebound I've noticed has been at these targeted restoration sites. It is very important that reducing grazer suppression by removing these purple urchins is not only working for the benefit of the kelp restoration, but it's also working to subsidize our Northern California commercial urchin divers who have lost red urchin harvest and income as we are surviving going on our 9 years of fishery disaster. As Kristen Elsmore had said, there is still some ongoing restoration work happening here on the Mendocino County coast. Unfortunately, it's very minimal because of lack of funding. There's only about 2 days a month for 1 boat, 2 divers to get any work in. Restoration of our bull kelp forests is really a necessity on the Northern California coast, and 2027 implementation might be too late for action. Thank you for the time to speak, and I appreciate joining the meeting.
Thank you, Grant. Joshua Russo, I see that you've unmuted. Go ahead and see if your audio is working. Joshua, if you're speaking, we see that you're unmuted on Zoom, but we can't hear you. Okay, while we wait for Joshua's audio, let's go ahead and move on to Jack Likens. Jack, you may need to unmute yourself. Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, Jack. Thank you.
All right, good. Thank you. I hadn't intended to speak today. My name is Jack Likens. I'm a former recreational diver on the North Coast. During the time when the heat wave and the urchin explosion all happened, I saw that firsthand. And the last couple of years, I've been living in Laguna Beach, and where I lived and worked back in the 60s and 70s. And I can kind of see the difference, what's happened inside and outside of MPAs in those areas. But I'd like to really support what Commissioner Murray said in terms of the timeline. And I think Grant mentioned the same thing. You know, I'm all in favor of studying. There's certainly a lot we don't know about the marine environment and what we can do to affect it one way or another. But there are, I think, some common sense things we can be doing, at least on small scales, to kind of figure out what's going on at the same time that we're trying to restore the kelp. So I'd like to see a timeline that has more of a parallel sort of action plan to not only study what affects the kelp, but also take some of these smaller projects and do them at the same time and see how well it works in small areas. And then if they do work, be able to expand them to larger areas. The second point I'd like to make is I've heard a lot about a restoration and recovery of the kelp, but you know, all that stuff won't do any good unless we control what's causing the problem. And I know a lot of people say marine heat wave, global warming. There's a lot of theories about what's causing the kelp to not recover very quickly. I think personally, and I'd like to see more work done in the area of toxic pollution. You know, just especially here in Southern California and San Diego County, where you have the Tijuana River running into the ocean, those areas are not recovering the way they should. And I think to a large extent, it's because of toxic pollution and simply runoff from the farms, from the streets, from the sewers into our natural waterways and into the ocean is keeping our marine environment from recovering the way it could and should recover. So I think that's an area that's really needs more attention and has not gotten much so far. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jack. Keith, Rootsart, go ahead, please. I have your presentation queued up as well. One moment.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not there in person. I'm over at the MPA collaborative meeting on the other side of town. Very good. All right, next slide, please. I'll go rather quickly here. Okay, so in the Monterey Peninsula, starting at about half a mile from where you are, we have about 200 acres of urchin barrens around the Monterey Peninsula. And these urchin barrens have spread all the way down the Big Sur coast to Morro Bay, about another 100 miles south of here. Next slide, please. This is from Kelp Watch. The picture on your left is in gray is where the kelp normally is, and the little dots are where the kelp was spotted last year. Looking out a plain, on the picture on the right, you can see how that section of coast looks right now without any kelp on it. And that was taken in January of this year. Next slide, please. And the result of this kelp deforestation on the Big Sur coast is that suddenly we have a sea otter invasion in Monterey. The Monterey Bay Aquarium counted over 200 sea otters within this range, which is beyond the carrying capacity of the Monterey Bay, South Monterey Bay, and they will strip this place of the invertebrates pretty quick without any food to eat. Next slide, please. This is our Tankers Reef project. We have individual lanes down below that divers go down and cull the urchins on the grid and also on buoys underwater. Thank you. Next slide, please. This is our project as it is right now. The areas in blue color are where the kelp was in 2021. And we went and defended that kelp as best we could. But we also did this underwater cable grid. And by doing that, we actually moved the kelp forest.
it moved from a deeper water to a shallower area in 2022. And then you can also see there's areas that are outside of our area where we were doing the culling, where the kelp kind of spontaneously came back because those urchins there moved into our kelp forest to their demise. Next slide, please. So we're also tracking early colonizers. You know, there are some unanticipated effects. When we go and cull the urchins, what we get a lot of is desmorestia, which is an acid weed that people aren't really studying right now, but it's really detrimental to kelp. It wraps around the kelp and it's acid. So it makes the kelp stipes white by wrapping around it. We also see invasive water Cypera subcortata, which is a bryozoan that the urchins normally eat it, but when we call the urchins, it really flourishes and is spreading all over the site. Next slide, please. During, go ahead and click it 2 more times if you would. During the last year, the first year of the project, we had a marine heat wave that happened during the project. And what we normally have is our temperature is 50 to 55 degrees in Monterey, but what we saw was over 60-degree water for 3 months. And when it's like that, next slide, please, go ahead and click it. What happens is it turns green, and then the water turns red. It has a red tide, and there's dinoflagellates populated, and we have had to cancel dives because of blackout conditions. Next click, please. And this results in really poor kelp condition without that sunlight down below. Next slide, please. This is our project performance. We have culled 563,000 urchins over the course of this time. We were really kind of done with the grid in 5 months. And now we're in the maintenance phase of this project where there's not that many urchins to cull on the project. They're very small. And we've been shut out by weather for 3 months so far this year. Very few dives going on because of the weather. Next slide, please. And this is the results that happened from the project. This is from Reef Check, California. You can see how when the gray line goes down, that's the number of urchins. It goes down very low. And you can see how the kelp came back in big numbers as a result of our culling efforts. Next slide, please. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. We have to Josh back on.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can, Josh. Go ahead.
Hey. So this year we partnered with Watermen's Alliance has partnered with several groups, including Humboldt State, Reef Check, the Nature Conservancy, and the department, as well as others. In addition to the temporary regulation that the commission enacted that allows divers to crush in Casper Cove anytime, we've scheduled 6 events from April through September on the last weekend of each month. There's more information about that on the Watermen's Alliance Urchin Removal Efforts Facebook page. At those 6 events on the last weekend of each month, Mendocino Fire or Sonoma County Sheriffs will be there to give free air fills to volunteers. And in the events from May through September, Watermen's Alliance is renting the group campsite for anyone that wanted to camp. We could get them in there as long as they fit. It'll be free camping and free air. So we're hoping to make a big dent this year.
Great, thanks, Josh. Thank you, Josh. Anybody else online, David?
Yes, David, can you unmute 978, phone number 978?
Phone number 978 is already unmuted.
Perfect. That should be Mike Escrow.
Yeah, hey everyone, this is Mike Escrow. Can you hear me okay?
Perfect. Yes, we can.
Great, yeah. Well, I'd hoped to be there in person today, but between road conditions and the fact that power went out a couple hours ago in Santa Cruz, I am calling in, so I'm sorry I'm not there. Good to hear everybody. Thanks, Dr. Ellsmore, for your presentation, and good to hear some dive buddies given public comment. So I really wanted to take this opportunity to build on what Kristen presented to highlight OPC's work and our partnership with the department on all things kelp. Really, I think as we've discussed in previous MRC meetings, our work to date at OPC has really focused on research, as well as that pilot scale restoration work. So really kind of from 2019 through 2022, that's where we were operating, was just seeing like, what can we put on the ground to see, what kind of a hope we might have of addressing this issue. And I think, those research projects are wrapping up this year. A lot of the pilot scale restoration work has concluded or is ongoing, and we have really encouraging results that, we'll be excited to talk to you about at future meetings. Kristen alluded to some of that. We've also made pretty significant investments this past year. First off, in enhanced kelp canopy monitoring, so mapping and monitoring at a much finer scale than we're able to access currently, which will help, of course, with adaptive management. And then project administration and science integration funding for the kelp restoration and management plan, which we're really, really excited about, supporting that process. To us, it's all about getting, that innovative framework for making more proactive management decisions and really being more climate ready in our kelp management. So, Kristen alluded to those two aspects of the KRMP that are completely novel, never been tried before, but that's really how we're, gonna meet the urgency of this moment. So for this year, OPC is going to be focused on putting together a final kelp action plan. If you recall, in 2021, we released an interim kelp action plan that really dealt with a lot of knowledge gaps. This action plan is going to be much more specific, and it's going to synthesize the results of those research and restoration pilot projects and kind of give us a roadmap to how do we get to 2027, right? So we recognize that the KRMP, just by virtue of being a fisheries management plan process, does take time. But we also know, Kristen flagged this earlier, we know we have to take that learn by doing approach. So that's what that final kelp action plan is going to do, is going to point the way to the KRMP, and how are we going to get there while we're taking action to do some restoration, to explore more knowledge gaps. And that final document is going to be released in December. We anticipate bringing it to our December council meeting. And we also anticipate additional investment this year in further kelp research and restoration. Again, seeing if we can scale up some of that pilot work. So we're still sort of in discussions with partners about that, but hoping to be able to announce something soon on additional funding for kelp. So I particularly wanted to draw attention to the kelp action plan because of the discussion about the timeline. So just to leave people assured that we do plan to be taking action while we're simultaneously building this bigger management document out. So yeah, thank you so much for your time. Thanks again, Dr. Elsmore, for your presentation and for inviting me, and hope to see some of you later on this week. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. We have Jack Lyken's hand is still up. Jack, did you want to speak, or is that left up from before?
No, sorry, I meant to take it down. I don't know if I know how to do that, but I'll try.
Okay, you got it, no problem. And then before we continue, folks, just for those of us on Zoom, I wanted to give a friendly reminder for those of you who joined on your computer or your phone, like on the phone app, which would be options 1, 2, and 4 in the online instructions, to always be raising your hand to indicate to us that you want to make a comment. If you do join via the teleconference only option, which is option 3 in the online instructions, when you're calling in, to press *9, and this will virtually raise your hand to indicate that you would like to make a comment, and press *9 again to lower your hand. This allows you to do it even though you're just calling in and you don't have the Zoom screen or app in front of you. And when you want to speak, when you're asked to unmute, remember it's *6 to unmute yourself on phone calls, and *6 to mute yourself again. It's basically your on and off switch for raising hand is *9, and muting on the phone is *6.
Okay, anybody else want to comment on this? Please, Wayne. When not sure.
I got a question for the model.
No, wait, you gotta talk to the mic.
Not for the microphone, just for the public.
Otherwise, the folks on Zoom can't hear.
There was a comment made about the overcapacity, carrying capacity of the aquariums along the bay. We were all questioning the same thing with sea life stats, right? We're trying to figure out how to do this balance, right? We're trying to get the kelp back. We do the other what do we do with the fish? Get rid of some of these. Well, what are we going to do if we have this overpopulation of otters? You know, U.S. Fish and Wildlife is doing a survey to try to get more otters out here on the West Coast in 2021. And we're all like, why would you do that? Kill the invertebrates and everything else that's in there. So how do we handle this balance? It's a really good question of how we're going to go forward between the MPA movement and the 30 by 30. With all of this, how do we create balance, not tip the scale one way or the other and get into another situation? Unintended consequences. That's the question.
It's a rhetorical question. Yeah, I mean, it's inherently a great question, but it's not. Here as an answer for it. Part of the answer is not messing with this. It's phone balance. That's how it works best. But that's I guess that is my answer. Really appreciate all the information and all the comments on it. The challenge with urchin gathering and elimination is the scale. I mean, it is to be clear that it's working in the areas we're doing, but we're talking about the whole West Coast, 750 miles by 3 for us. So that's the real challenge, and that's why I think it's this comprehensive program that Dr. Osborne laid out is really what it's all about. And it's not going to happen overnight, and we can't change the main drivers of it anyway. Pretty great. Great.
So I know there's a lot of questions about the timeline. Something we can do perhaps for the next update when the schedule is bring more detail timeline, showing the different steps. If that's something that's of interest to the public and to the co-chairs, so you can see what we're doing there. And as Kristen and Mike Esper said, yeah, that's not going to preclude other projects from coming online in the interim while we get there. Funding is always going to be a challenge. So, big shout out to OPC and Sea Grant and our partners for contributing funds this far. At the department, we don't have any funding for kelp, so we have internally redirected resources to create Kristen's position and others that are working on kelp. And that's something we have very rarely done since I've been here because of the urgency of this. So there's bills in play that are looking at some funding, some longer term funding, but that would ultimately be needed for large scale kind of ecosystem scale restoration, assuming we can figure out what that is and what the unintended consequences might be of those types of projects.
Yeah, and it's really reassuring to know that while we're working on the KRMP, which does have sort of extended timeline, that there are other things moving forward, like the Kelp Action Plan that Mike Esper mentioned. At the same time, I can see the other narrative mind that they program you with in law school. At the same time, I can see the other side of the coin is that I want to make sure that, having these concurrent efforts all working at once, the Kelp Action Plan, the KRMP, potentially AB 1407, that we don't end up inadvertently diluting the limited bandwidth and resources and people power and funding that we have, so that we're all spreading ourselves too thin and trying to do 3 different things at once, right? I think that's a possible risk too, to have 3 different things going on different timelines concurrently in parallel, versus making sure we're all moving in the same direction and working together. So just something that I see as a potential pitfall. Well-intentioned, and I think potentially super smart and can be very successful, but I just wanted to say that out loud because I started to see all these different traps going at the same time.
Anyone else? There's no action on this item, so we'll move on then to item 6, which is staff and agency updates. And generally, you're the only Jennifer in 2 places at once.
No one's going to give the update for us. I wasn't sure I was going to be here. If he can be, yeah.
No, it's okay. Great.
Hi. Yes.
Welcome. Dave, can you bring me on, please?
We have no one with their hands raised on Zoom.
Yeah, just to clarify, we're starting the staff agency updates under item 6A, which is the OPC's update, and Noah Van Adder is online, and you should be able to be unmuted to speak on behalf of OPC.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, there we go.
Awesome. Great. Audio was a little choppy earlier. Hopefully it holds through all of this. Anyways, let's say thanks for the opportunity, and thank you to co-chair. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. We can't.
Sorry, everything cut out on my computer for a second. Apologies. Anyway, thanks for the opportunity to present this update. I just want to give the aquaculture action plan was referenced in the earlier agenda item. Just want to give a brief update on our status. So currently OPC is leading a joint multi-agency effort to develop an aquaculture action plan for the state of California. This plan will provide direction to improve the management of existing and future aquaculture operations, and is the first step towards building a more sustainable, equitable, and profitable aquaculture industry in California. The plan will be broadly based on the guiding principles for sustainable marine aquaculture and is centered around three main goals that also happen to comprise the three principal sections of the plan. Goal one is to improve California's aquaculture governance framework through increased interagency coordination and transparency. Goal two is to enhance environmental sustainability as well as public health. And goal three is to identify pathways to facilitate the expansion of sustainable aquaculture in the state. We anticipate releasing a draft of the action plan for public review and feedback in the fall of this year, with completion targeted for December of 2023 as well. Also, if the public would like more information on each of these sections within the plan, please visit the OPC website to see a broad high-level outline of the action plan. Also, if there are other questions, I'm happy to answer them now, but that just summarizes where we are currently. And the hope is to have stuff for the public in the next few months. So thank you.
Thank you so much, President Sklar. Thank you, Noah. I'm just available to answer questions and talk quite loudly into this microphone. Outside voices. Welcome, Director Eckerly. Glad to have you here. I don't want to put you on the spot. However, since we're talking about updates on plans and policies, I wondered if we could get an update on the restoration policy document that we're all excitedly awaiting. And I'm glad I'm sitting next to Dr. Schumann, because I'll blame him for continuing to give us very helpful feedback. So we are just trying to finalize a draft that we can share with our agency partners. We've had several iterations, one that went through a pretty thorough scientific review by a small panel that we pulled together. And right now, the final touches are really kind of pulling out the policy recommendations that are buried in the body of the document. We want to pull up front and center. And so I'm hopeful in the next few weeks we can get that out. And the idea is to share it with Department, the Fish and Game Commission, the Coastal Commission, state lands, parks, and the Water Board, so that we can have a collaborative discussion, make sure we're all on the same page, make any revisions as needed, and get that policy out into the world.
Terrific. Why don't we do this? Why don't we do all of the reports, then we can have questions or comments after that. I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Chief Eric Court for law enforcement update.
Great. We're moving along here. Good afternoon, President Sklar, Commissioner Murray.
I'm Eric Core, Assistant Chief for the CFW Reinforcement District. Today I'll be providing the enforcement update to talk about the work our officers are doing on the water on the coastline. As you may recall, there were some significant abalone cases that LED provided details on the prior MRC meeting and the last commission meeting as well. Today I'd like to start off again with abalone and also give a quick review of recent enforcement history with this fishery. As you're aware, in the 2018 commission suspending recreational abalone diving after evaluating data from our marine scientists that suggested the abalone population was in decline. The decline was not specifically related to recreational harvest, but mostly climate change, kelp forage health, and other factors. So shortly after the closure, officers who patrolled in those areas saw an immediate decrease in poaching activity, primarily because in the past, the majority of abalone violations were committed by individuals under the guise of lawful recreational abalone divers. The poachers sort of blended in with the rest of the divers, so to speak, and without that cover, it was hard for them to hide their activity. However, in the past, wildlife officers have seen an uptick in the number of poachers targeting abalone, several of them with evidence of unlawful commercial sale. During 2022 alone, after several years of very little abalone poaching activity, one wildlife officer out of Mendocino County made several abalone cases. In total, 15 people were assigned, taking anywhere between 1 to 9 abalone, and 2 of those cases were commercial in nature, with one person taking abalone near the town of Elk, and who was suspected of selling them in the Bay Area. For this case, it took an intensive investigation involving our wildlife trafficking unit to find and catch a suspect in the act. The poacher was found with 6 abalone, and he admitted to making several sales of larger quantities of abalone during previous months. And as sometimes happens with really good cases like this, the evidence not investigation led to another case relating to so all that occurred in Mendocino County in 2022. Separately, here in Monterey County, wildlife officers have made several cases involving endangered black abalone. One of those cases had 32 black abalone taken. Another case had a third with the joint possession of 23 black abalone, and another with joint possession of 13 black abalone. There were several other cases involving smaller amounts of black abalone, and the Monterey County wildlife officers really did their best to hit the coastline in 2022, and as a result, we caught a lot of poachers here in this county, so hats off to them, and my opinion, fantastic job. Switching gears to Southern California, let's talk about a lobster poaching investigation. A few weeks ago, the patrol boat Swordfish, based out of Ventura County, was on patrol for 3 days offshore around the Channel Islands and Santa Catalina Island. And the lieutenant supervisor, Danny Levine, for that vessel is here. So thank you for being here today, Danny. Activity levels were a little slow, as they sometimes can be during winter. However, the crew managed to find a vessel full of scuba divers who appeared to be spearfishing near 2 harbors towards the northern end of Catalina Island. And Commissioner Murray, I think you were on a ride along with the swordfish in that exact area not too long ago. So, the swordfish officers began surveillance on the divers and noticed multiple individuals entering the water at sunset with spear guns, wearing dry suits and scuba gear. Throughout the next 2 hours, the divers would surface, exchange tanks, and do what appeared to be game bags and coolers on board the vessel, and then immediately return to the water. Once all the divers had returned to the vessel, the swordfish crew contacted the group, and upon inspection, they found a total of 17 lobsters amongst the divers. 5 of those lobsters had been speared, which is an unlawful method of take. 6 were undersized, and 1 lobster tail, which is another violation because we have to be able to measure the carapace to determine the size. So, additionally, 4 of the divers failed to fill out their lobster report cards, and 1 diver officer didn't even have a report card or fishing license, but that was the least of their problems. Wildlife officers issued the 5 diver citations for a total of 12 violations, and all the officers were seized along with 3 spear guns. So great work to you, Lieutenant, and the crew. Awesome case. That concludes the enforcement report today. Thanks for the opportunity to share some of our stories.
Turn to the Marine region. Great, please, Dr. Schumann.
All right, good afternoon. Just a few brief updates. So first, in your binder, you have a written update on the proposed rulemaking for use of hard nets for commercial take Pacific herring in Humboldt Bay. We're happy to answer any questions, but I think that summary is pretty self-explanatory. I do have one slide that may be available for this. And that is just simply to report that our Marine Region 2022 peer review and final numbers reports are available on our website. That information can be found on our website. It's on the region news, and just a shout out to all staff in the region for their hard work over the year and also putting that report together. We're always looking for feedback on these documents, so welcome any constructive input from stakeholders and partners as to how we can continue to improve. And then lastly, notes here, on March 10th, the National Fishery Service, there's a Marine Region here review. You can leave it up there while I talk so people can see the website. On March 10th, National Fishery Service took in-season action to cancel the ocean salmon fishery openers that were scheduled between Cape Falcon, Oregon, the US-Mexican border through May 15th. The sport fishery was scheduled to open off of California in most areas on April 1st. The actions were taken to protect Sacramento River Bolshevik, which returned to the Central Valley in 2022 at near record low numbers, and Klamath River Bolshevik, which had the second lowest abundance forecast since the current assessment method began in 1997. The Pacific Fishery Management Council has produced 3 regulatory options for the May 16 through May 16, 2023 through May 15, 2024 time period. None of those 3 options would authorize commercial or ocean salmon sport fishing on California until April 2024. These alternatives were approved by the Pacific Fishery Management Council for public review. On March 21st, the PFMC will hold a public hearing in Santa Rosa to receive public comment on the 3 proposed regulatory alternatives, and they will meet April 1st through 7th in Foster City to adopt final regulations.
Terrific. Thank you, Dr. Chairman. And finally, we're going to talk about aquaculture real briefly, or just posted.
I think there's a slide or 2 to share with you folks.
There you go.
Since we provided an update for you folks a year ago, March MRC, that we last provided an update on pending lease actions. And if you could check, advance the next slide, please. Since that time, we've really tried to retain a balanced focus on continuing our efforts on these requests while we're tackling the public interest discussion. Still will be an ongoing challenge, but I think we're finding a balance that shows some progress. This table is not meant for you to look at the detail, but to simply follow the grouping of certain types of actions that are being requested. In yellow, we have new proposals for new leases or expansions of existing leases. In the green, there's only one of those. In the middle is a request to transfer or assign a lease to a new operator. In blue, those are requests or needs to reconcile borders. It involves work by a surveyor. And in the light red, those are requests to modify species or methods that are approved on their leases. We've had one new request for a new method. It's actually a clarification with regard to history that has, over the time of the lease being held by different leaseholders and being updated, had some discrepancy in how those approvals were recorded. So we're doing some forensic history research on that. Also, some good news, the department surveyor has recently returned to availability to work on aquaculture leases. So we're going through the second round. It's an area of Smalls Bay that is in need of reconciling the borders there. And we're scheduling a meeting with the group of affected leaseholders in Smalls later this spring. I also want to, if you could go to the next slide, it's going to recap what I've just covered. But I also want to bring to the attention of folks that we are administratively overhauling the financial surety requirements that come with holding leases. As you may know, the leaseholders are required to return their leases to the original condition if they no longer operate. That's not always possible if they disappear, if they pass, unfortunately. So the need to have funds to clean up in their absence is what that financial surety is all about. Establishing the requirements for all of those leaseholders is something that we've been looking at and trying to find an equitable way to establish what the amount is that's proper for a cleanup that may or may not happen over the course of a 10 or 15 or 25-year lease, trying to utilize third-party contractors to help us provide those estimates. We're also looking at options for different financial surety vehicles. In the past, we've used escrow accounts, which are growing increasingly difficult to find escrow agents to handle the funds. Also, there are perhaps some more suitable mechanisms like surety bonds, letters of credit, etc. So we're going through that and should have some educational information for the leaseholders in the coming months. And that concludes the update, unless you have any questions.
Great. So Susan, want to do the
Yeah, and I just wanted to note. And I just wanted to note that we have just posted the presentation and other materials that Randy just went over on our website. So if you go to the meeting site, it's posted right next to the other link that you clicked, link to all the documents, it's right below that. So our announcement is just staff related for commission. This is, I just want to welcome our newest group, but I will say it again, welcome to our newest Sea Grant State Fellow, Kinsey Matthews, and she just defended her master's thesis at Moss Landing Marine Labs. Those of you that know MLML, that's a long process, and congratulations to you for successful defense, and congratulations to us for you joining us. We're really glad to have you, and it comes at simultaneous, but it's great. Bidding farewell to our wonderful Kinsey Matthews, wonderful Sea Grant State Fellows for the last. What's that? Did I say Kinsey Matthews? Kimmy Rogers, Kinsey. Kimmy, yeah. Oops, sorry. Yeah, no, but not even just your own unique person. So thank you very much for your year, and we look forward to staying in touch with you. Really appreciate your contribution. Just also to note that the commission is supplying an environmental scientist position that is posted online, and that position is available through March 21st. And encourage you to look at it. Aquaculture EFP program, and other fun resource management items. Very
Okay, we'll take comments on anything under item 6. There's marine, aquaculture.
Yeah. I just had a quick question or comment mostly on at 6B, the herring limpara nets. I know that the FMP for herring explicitly prohibits limpara nets. And so we were just curious about the rationale behind authorizing limpara nets in Humboldt Bay for herring catch. And yeah, just looking for an explanation for that.
So the short answer is that we have some fishermen out there that wanted to try to use actually very small amounts of take. And they found that this gear through research with department staff is very effective to do that. So they can go in and surface an area and then tip out the ones they want, let the rest go. So it's actually a more environmentally sustainable way of catching the catch they're looking for as opposed to the traditional gear type.
Thank you, that's helpful. And I also just wanted to flag that Kirsten Ramey has been in touch with us and we can hear further about this a little bit. But thank you, that's helpful. I was also just wondering if there's going to be any sort of evaluation of our nets in terms of the green sturgeon that are found in Humboldt Bay that are ESA listed. And then also was curious as to why it's being authorized as a gear instead of a EMP.
I don't know if we have.
The commission approved it.
So yeah, so the commission approved us to move forward with this package. And because of the research that was done into an EMP. So it's a similar research was done. I don't recall offhand, I have to dig into the details or talk to the experts. What, if any, concerns there are with green sturgeon. I don't think there's any. But we could certainly look into that. And then what was the other question?
You answered.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? David, anybody online raising their hand?
We have one raised hand on Zoom. That's Ken and Linda Bates, CFRA.
Great. Go ahead and turn on the mic.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Good afternoon, staff and meeting participants. This is Ken Bates. I'm here today as a fisherman representing myself. I am the applicant that has asked to be able to use limpara gear. I have been fishing herring in Eureka since 1974. I have been lucky enough to be on the Director's Herring Advisory Committee since it was started by Charlie Fullerton. Initially, I was an advocate for gillnet only fishing up here. There was a limpara fishery here that had been going since before World War II. When the market for roe developed up, in Japan, the gillnet fishery was the best way to catch it. We advocated for the largest gillnet mesh that we had up here, which is 2 1/4. Basically, we catch 5-year-olds and up in that gillnet stuff. I would just remind people that, first of all, fisheries are market driven. In 2013, we lost our cold storage plant here. And so there was no fishery, the roe market declined. And what ended up happening is that the California Fish and Wildlife and the Commission working together decided to reduce the quotas. So the quota in Eureka went from 60 tons down to 10 tons. It is now, the Eureka fishery is now essentially an entry-level fishery for potentially a young person. I am not a young person, by the way, so you don't get confused. We started to look, my wife and I started to look at other places to market very small amounts of herring instead of herring in bulk. And what we found out was that there are markets, there are high-end markets for little batches of herring, anywhere from 200, to 600 pounds that are available. But the problem is it's irresponsible to try to take small amounts of herring in a gillnet. And the reason is it's not that the gillnet won't catch them, that you have no way to control the catch rate. So for instance, in Humboldt Bay, which I've had a lot of experience fishing in here, you might make 3 or 4 sets within a period of an hour and a half. The first 4 or 5 sets might have 30 pounds of fish in them, and the next one might have a ton. And so, basically we were setting ourselves up for wanton waste. You cannot release fish from a gillnet. Once you've got them, you've got them. one of the things that Linda and I have done, we did 2 volunteer years of worth of work with Lampara gear in Humboldt Bay, doing sampling for the department so that they could get random samples of fish, during the herring spawning season. And we worked with James Ray and Kirsten Ramey on that. If people are concerned or confused about what a Lampara net looks like, it's very, very small scale artisanal fishing gear. You can go online on YouTube and type in herring Humboldt Bay Lampara net, and there's a department video. It's 7 minutes long, and it shows in a complete set, and it also shows the fish swimming in the net and the fish being released. So I would recommend anybody that had questions about that. And our deal up here is to try to find a responsible way to catch small amounts of fish. That's what we're doing. I greatly appreciate the work that the department, has done to help us go through and look at ways to modify the regulations and stuff. I will say that I have advocated for the possibility in the herring fisheries management plan, for alternative gear, but Susan has been helpful in making me understand that it's more than just that. It also encompasses Title 14 and other things. And I guess lastly, I would say that all the herring fishing in California before there was a roe fishery was with Lampara gear. So what we're looking at is a little chip. I hope that the video helps people understand. And again, my thanks for all the work that the department has done to consider this in the commission's time.
Thank you, Ken. David, anybody else online?
We have no more raised hands on Zoom.
Mr. Murray, do you want to comment on any of these items? Sure, we go on to 7, future agenda, please, Susan.
Thank you. So again, this is an opportunity to be able to peruse the current MRC work plan and associated timeline where we anticipate we'll talk about it next. In your binder, Exhibit 1 provides that work plan. And I would note that we don't have the July column filled out at all right now, and it's not because we are not planning to. We're done. But so we have some news today based on the conversations of a couple of things to schedule. In addition, we generally connect with the department to evaluate how, for the topics for which they are leading, we check in on the progress that's made to make kind of strategic decisions when it's a good time to bring it forward for an update and a discussion. And so looking down the list, halibut, bycatch from the first list, and potentially market squid FMP. I believe I heard from the Department of State, John Everett, that might be a good time to do a check-in on that topic. I look for your guidance if you want to have additional conversation about kelp and algae, and you want to do that. Otherwise, we have aquaculture and that, and potentially, we'll come back with we'd love to come back with an update on the Coastal Fishing Communities project and see where that's at. So for this, we welcome your guidance and any additional topics or changes you'd like to make to the work plan. That is pending. I hear a prediction that the commission might refer to the MRC an additional topic or conversation about DMR. So right now, I don't think is it even showing on the work plan. Maybe right here. We're talking about it tomorrow. So yes, so we're really recommending to have a discussion about that in July. Perfect. Excellent. Excellent. So open to additional guidance. Sounds good.
Any members of the public who want to speak to this? Yeah, please wait.
Yeah, I'd just like to flag a couple of things, potentially on your characters. One is, you guys know that we're open with the 12-month fishery license, we're working on an electronic application on top of that. I want to look at future planning of that application at some point, because it takes time and money to do these further enhancements. What do we do about regulations in the booklet, right? Because we're not printing regs anymore. Can we get that implemented? There's an app online called Fish Legal, and it's pretty good about being able to turn on your GPS and tell you what's legally available where you're at. Something like that. If we're going to make this a really useful app, it's got to be full service. I want people to tie in accountant to it at some point, because that's the future. The app that we have for accountant is something that I believe is the future of how we're going to go with accountant versus the current process of calling in or texting in. And it starts the process better, being able to take pictures, write up something, because it's not Johnny on the spot like 911 where it's going to just drop everything and be there. But it also is the case for them. So I want to help, on the water. We've noticed that water can use the help, especially on the coastal side. So that's the one that I would like to flag. And then the last one is DBT updates with what's going on. There's working groups now. There should be updates coming up here pretty quickly. Thank you.
So with that, anybody online who wants to speak on this one?
We have no raised hands on Zoom.
Okay, so we move on to the final item for today, which is 8, which is general public comment on anyone who wants to comment on anything not on today's agenda. Anybody in the room? Did anybody raise their hand online?
No raised hands online for this item.
Okay, with that, we're done for today. We have one more item. Sorry. You're just standing up. Anyway, so we have one more item left for this meeting, which is item 9, which will be picking up on Thursday morning at 8:30. It's the only item for Thursday, but we've all arranged to stay here as long as we need to, because it's a major topic, and we'll be following tomorrow's workshop. So there you go. What's up, anything? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. It's at the fairgrounds, not your district. So nobody shows up here, but next. Right. So with that, we're recessed until Thursday morning, 8:30. Thank you all.